Before time began its slow, measured tick, there was only the deep, a formless, soundless ocean of absolute blackness, a profound emptiness that stretched into an eternity without horizon or hope. No star pierced that perfect dark, no wind stirred its stagnant depths, no life pulsed within its silent, crushing embrace. It was a canvas of pure potential, waiting in infinite patience for the first brushstroke of intention. And over the face of this abyss, a presence moved, a spirit brooding with the quiet, immense power of a storm yet unformed, hovering with the tender anticipation of a parent over a sleeping child. This was the breath of God, stirring the waters of nothingness, a silent promise whispered into the void. Then, into that seamless quiet, a word was spoken. It was not a sound that traveled through air, for there was no air to carry it. It was a vibration of pure will, a fundamental command that resonated through the fabric of non-existence itself. Light. The word did not echo, it simply was, and in its being, it became. And from the heart of the absolute dark, light erupted. It was not the gentle glow of a dawn, but a sudden, violent, and glorious explosion of pure illumination, a golden white radiance that tore through the shadows as if they were mere veils. It flooded the deep, banishing the ancient night in a single, definitive act of creation. The darkness, which had known no rival, recoiled, shrinking back from this new, vibrant entity. The light did not simply replace the dark, it engaged with it. The spirit which had hovered, now moved with purpose, drawing a boundary between the two. A great and gentle separation occurred, a cosmic sorting where light was gathered and ordered into one domain, and the retreating dark was given its own place and name. The light was called day, a realm of clarity and revelation, where every detail could be seen and known. The dark was called night, a realm of rest and mystery, a necessary counterpoint to the brilliant day. This was the first rhythm, the first beat in the heart of the newborn cosmos, a gentle, ceaseless alternation between presence and absence, revelation and concealment. And so the first evening settled, not with the slow fade of a sunset, but with the obedient withdrawal of the light, yielding its dominion to the soft, velvety embrace of the first night. The darkness returned, but it was no longer the absolute void of before. It was now a named thing, a part of the ordered whole, holding within it the memory and the promise of the light. Then came the first morning, as the light returned to claim its domain, completing the first full cycle. A day had been born, not marked by the passage of a sun, but by the divine decree that had called it into being. The universe breathed its first deep breath, and in the serene silence that followed the creative word, a profound peace settled over all that was, a peace that held the whisper of everything yet to come. The deep, once a singular and suffocating abyss, now held the memory of light, a lingering echo of that first, glorious command. On this second day, the hovering spirit turned its attention to the primordial waters, that vast and undifferentiated ocean that covered all. A new word of power resonated through the nascent creation, a decree of division that spoke of structure and space. The command was for a firmament, a vast expanse to separate the waters from the waters. And in response to that unspoken will, the very fabric of existence stretched. A great dome, crystalline and impossibly vast, began to form, arching upward with a silent, majestic sweep. It was not made of stone or metal, but of a substance both tangible and ethereal, a barrier forged from divine intention itself. As the firmament solidified, it performed its sacred duty, pushing upward to create a chasm within the waters. A portion of the chaotic deep was drawn up, suspended above the arching vault, forming vast reservoirs in the heavens. The world now had a ceiling, a sky that was not empty, but filled with the promise of rain and the mystery of clouds. Below, the remaining waters settled, no longer an infinite, featureless deep, but a defined sea, its chaotic tides now bounded and contained. The firmament stood as a permanent testament to order, a beautiful, transparent shield between the waters above and the waters below, and it was called heaven, a realm of air and expanse, of wind and future flight. With the upper and lower waters thus partitioned, a third day dawned, its light revealing a world still mostly submerged. Yet the creative word was not finished. A new directive went forth, a gathering that resonated deep within the heart of the lower seas. The waters, which had covered everything, began to move in a great, slow retreat, flowing and pooling as if guided by unseen channels. They receded from a central point, pulling back to reveal what lay beneath. From the depths, land emerged, wet and dark, rising in great continental shelves and gentle sloping hills. It was raw earth, rich with the scent of minerals and potential, a fertile darkness waiting for its own command to life. The gathered waters were called seas, and the emerging dry ground was called earth. No sooner had the earth appeared, still damp and glistening under the new sky, than it was called to bring forth life. The same voice that had summoned light from darkness and land from sea, now spoke to the soil itself, commanding it to sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees of every kind, each bearing fruit with its seed within. The earth, an obedient partner in this act of creation, responded with a sudden, vibrant surge of grain. Tender shoots pushed through the dark soil, unfurling into a carpet of grass and clover. Herbs spread their fragrant leaves, and shrubs budded in intricate patterns. Then came the trees, rising with a slow, deliberate grace. Mighty oaks with their promise of strength, slender willows that would weep by riverbanks, and fruit trees laden with blossoms that held the secret of apples, figs, and pomegranates within their delicate petals. The new world was no longer a stark division of light, dark, and water. It was now a tapestry of texture and color. The deep blue of the gathered seas lapped against the rich brown shores. The green of the new life spread across the continents in a lush, living blanket, swaying gently in a breeze that now, for the first time, could whisper through leaves and over grass. Every plant, every tree was complete in itself, each seed a perfect self-contained promise of future forests and fields, a testament to a creation designed to perpetuate its own beauty. The third day closed with the earth no longer a barren rock emerging from the waters, but a garden prepared, its silent growing things waiting under the vault of heaven for the rulers yet to come. With the earth robed in a mantle of living green and the seas held in their appointed basins, the fourth day dawned upon a world poised for purpose. The rhythm of light and dark, established on that first great day, now required stewards, permanent and glorious fixtures to govern the domains of day and night, to mark the sacred passage of seasons and days. The voice that had spoken form into the void now spoke precision into the expanse, commanding the firmament to be adorned with lights, not merely to illuminate, but to rule, to define, and to dream. Into the vast canvas of the heavens, two great lights were kindled. The greater light, a colossal sphere of incandescent gold and white fire, ascended to rule the day. It was the sun, a furnace of life-giving energy whose rays fell upon the earth, like a benevolent king's decree, warming the soil, coaxing the plants to stretch their leaves upward, and bathing the newborn world in a clarity that left no shadow untouched. Its journey across the sky became the measure of the day, a slow, majestic arc from eastern horizon to western rim that dictated the world's waking hours. Under its reign, colors grew vivid, life grew vigorous, and the earth basked in the certainty of its cycle. As the sun completed its sovereign course and dipped below the edge of the world, the lesser light took its throne. The moon, a serene, silvery pearl, rose to guard the night. Its light was not its own, but a soft, reflected grace, a gentle counterpoint to the sun's fierce brilliance. It presided over a transformed world, painting the landscapes in shades of mercury and cobalt, casting long, mysterious shadows that danced and shifted. It was a comfort in the darkness, a promise that the sun's absence was not abandonment, but a different kind of presence, one of quiet reflection and rest. Its own slow, cyclical journey, waxing from a slender crescent to a perfect luminous circle, before waning again into darkness, imposed a longer, more patient rhythm upon the world, a rhythm of tides and times. And then, as if scattering a handful of divine seeds, the voice summoned the stars. They appeared not all at once, but in a gradual, breathtaking unveiling, pinpricks of sharp, crystalline light emerging in the velvet darkness. They were multitudes upon multitudes, scattered across the infinite black in swirling patterns and solitary glimmers, each a distant, burning dream. Some clustered into familiar shapes, a hunter, a bear, a crown, while others shone in solitary splendor. They were not merely decoration, they were signs, fixed in their courses to mark seasons and days and years, a celestial clockwork of immense and beautiful complexity. Their silent, steadfast presence spoke of a cosmos vast beyond comprehension, yet ordered down to the most minute spark. Together, these luminaries established a peaceful, unshakable rhythm for the earth. The sun ruled the day with golden authority, the moon guarded the night with silvery vigilance, and the stars twinkled like a chorus of distant witnesses. The world now moved to a celestial music, a symphony of light and time where days rolled into nights, and moons cycled through their phases, all under the watchful eyes of the stars. It was a cosmos of perfect order and profound beauty, a clockwork of heavens set in motion, marking the passage of time with a peaceful, eternal rhythm that would cradle all life yet to come. The world, now a symphony of light and land, water and sky, awaited the breath of motion. The seas, held in their deep basins, lay placid and silent, their surfaces mirroring the slow dance of clouds in the firmament. The land was a tapestry of rooted life, but the air and water remained empty of the vibrant, moving souls that would give them voice and purpose. On this fifth day, the creative word turned from the solid and the stationary to the fluid and the free, speaking a command that stirred the very depths and heights into a teeming, breathing chorus. From the silent, sun-dappled surface of the seas, a ripple began, a subtle disturbance that grew into a great, surging vitality. The waters, which had once covered the face of the deep, now swarmed with life. Great leviathans, creatures of immense scale and ancient grace, moved through the abyssal darkness, their powerful tails propelling them through submarine canyons. Shoals of silver fish, countless in their number, moved as a single shimmering entity, their scales catching the filtered light in flashes of emerald and sapphire as they darted through forests of kelp. Delicate jellyfish pulsed like living lanterns, their translucent bodies drifting on unseen currents, while crabs scuttled across the sandy floors, and octopuses, masters of shape and shadow, flowed into rocky crevices. The silent deep was silent no more, but filled with the quiet rush of water over fin and shell, a world of gliding, darting, and swimming life, each creature a perfect expression of its liquid realm. No sooner had the waters begun to teem than the voice called life into the expanse of the heavens. From the shores and the riverbanks a new sound arose, the soft, rustling whisper of wings. The air, once the domain of wind alone, now thrummed with the beat of feathers. Birds of every imaginable form and hue burst into the sky. Eagles and hawks climbed the thermal winds on broad, powerful wings, their sharp eyes scanning the earth below. Flocks of sparrows and starlings wheeled and turned in intricate, cloud-like formations, their movements a fluid dance against the blue. Hummingbirds, like living jewels, hovered before blossoms, their wings a blur, while herons stood in serene stillness at the water's edge, and swallows traced joyous, looping arcs through the evening air. Their songs filled the world with a new music, the cheerful trill of the lark at dawn, the haunting cry of the gull over the sea, the soft cooing of doves at dusk, a melody woven into the very fabric of the day and night. And over this burgeoning, breathing multitude, a blessing was spoken, a divine imperative that echoed through the schools of fish and the flocks of birds. They were commanded to be fruitful and multiply, to fill the waters in the seas and the skies under the firmament. This was not merely a permission, but a charge embedded in their very nature, a vital, unstoppable force of life. The promise of the seed within the fruit and the plant was now echoed in the egg and the spawn, a generative power set loose to ensure that the seas would never again be empty, nor the skies silent. The world pulsed with this new, vibrant potential, a guarantee that the gliding shadows in the deep and the singing specks in the air would endure, spreading to every corner of their domains. As the fifth day drew to a close, the creation had found its voice and its motion. The once static world was now alive with a double chorus, the silent, fluid ballet of the sea, and the melodious winged dance of the air. The waters teemed with a silent, purposeful abundance, and the skies were painted with the soft, swift passage of feathers and song. It was a world prepared, rich and resonant, waiting only for the final, footfalled masters of the earth to step onto the stage. The earth itself now stirred with a deep, resonant life, as the soil, dark and rich from the receding seas, began to heave and shift. The divine command that had filled the waters and skies now turned to the land, calling forth from the very dust a new kingdom of creatures, solid, grounded, and diverse. From the sun-baked plains and the shadowy forests, from the rocky highlands and the grassy meadows, the ground seemed to breathe outward, its surface cracking and swelling as forms took shape within it. The soil coalesced, packed and molded by an unseen hand, rising into the robust bodies of the beasts of the field. First came the great predators, their forms speaking of power and primal grace. Lions took shape, their massive heads crowned with thick tawny manes, muscles coiling like rope beneath their sleek hides as they opened their jaws in silent, first roars that vibrated through the still air. They claimed the open savannas, their amber eyes holding the ancient knowledge of the sun. Then, from the same fertile ground, sprang the herds of deer, their legs long and slender for flight, their coats dappled like sunlight filtering through leaves. They moved with a nervous, elegant beauty into the woodlands, their branching antlers a living sculpture of bone. And from the gentler soils emerged the cattle, solid and patient, their broad backs and deep ruminating chests built for endurance, their slow, placid movements bringing a sense of calm to the pastures. Each creature, from the prowling wolf to the burrowing rabbit, found its place, its nature and form perfectly suited to its corner of the newborn world. A harmonious balance of strength and gentleness woven into the fabric of the land. Then, a profound stillness fell, a moment of intense, focused intention unlike any that had come before. The creative word, which had spoken entire species into being with a single phrase, now turned to a singular work. From the same reddish dust, the same humble elements that formed the lion's strength and the deer's grace, a new form was carefully shaped. Not from a collective command, but from a personal, deliberate crafting, the first man was formed. His body was sculpted from the topsoil of a quiet field, the clay of the earth mixed with the morning dew. He lay upon the ground, a figure of exquisite detail but utter stillness, a masterpiece of form awaiting the one thing the earth could not provide, the spark of conscious life. He was Adam, his name taken from the very ground, the Adama, from which he was drawn. The Creator bent over this formed dust, this earthen vessel, and breathed into its nostrils. It was not the wind that stirs the leaves, nor the breath that fills the lungs of animals, but the breath of life itself, a divine exhalation that carried the essence of being. And the dust lived. A shudder ran through the man's body, a convulsion of awakening as his chest rose with its first independent breath. His eyes, which had been sealed with clay, fluttered open, taking in the immensity of the sky, the green of the trees, the golden light of the sun, with a dawning wonder that was entirely new under heaven. He was no longer a sculpture of earth. He was a living soul, a being with a heart that beat, a mind that could perceive, and a spirit that could know its maker. He sat up, the Lord of this new world, its scents and sights flooding his senses, the weight of his own existence settling upon him with a silent, majestic gravity. In a land eastward, where the light fell with a softer, more golden hue, God planted a garden. It was a place of such profound beauty and intricate design that it seemed less a part of the earth and more a divine thought given physical form. This was Eden, a sanctuary of perfect harmony where every leaf, every stone, and every drop of water was placed with intentional grace. A river, clear as crystal and alive with a gentle murmuring music, flowed from its source to water the garden, and from there it divided, becoming 4 great headwaters that journeyed out to nourish the wider world. Within this enclosed paradise, the soil was richer, the colors more vibrant, and the air carried the scent of 1,000 blossoms, mingled with the rich perfume of fertile earth. The trees that grew in the garden were a testament to its sacred nature. They rose from the ground in a magnificent canopy, their branches heavy with fruit of every kind, luscious figs, bright pomegranates, and clusters of grapes that glistened like amethyst in the sun. Among them, 2 trees stood at the very heart of the garden, distinct in their significance. One was the tree of life, its bark seeming to pulse with a soft inner light, its fruit promising a vitality as endless as the divine breath itself. The other was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, standing in solemn contrast, its presence a single, quiet boundary in a world of boundless provision. It was a tree of profound mystery, its fruit untouched, its purpose a silent covenant between the Creator and His creation. Into this cultivated paradise, God placed the man, Adam, whose lungs still held the memory of that first life-giving breath. His purpose was clear and joyful, to work the garden and to keep it. This was no arduous toil, but a sacred stewardship. Adam moved through the groves, his hands tending to the plants with a natural reverence. He learned the language of the soil, understanding when to water and when to prune, his labor a seamless extension of the garden's own rhythm. He walked alongside the lion and the lamb, the great beasts and the small, and a deep, unspoken understanding passed between them. He gave them names, not as a master labeling his property, but as a soul recognizing other souls, his voice bestowing identity upon the fox, the eagle, and the ox, weaving them into the story of this holy place. Yet, amidst this flawless communion, a quiet solitude lingered in Adam's heart. He was the Lord of all he surveyed, but he was alone in his kind. Seeing this, God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, a trance of divine making. As Adam lay in peaceful unconsciousness, God took one of his ribs, closing the flesh over the place. From that bone, taken from the man's very side, from the substance of his own being, God fashioned a woman. When Adam awoke, she stood before him, not a stranger, but a part of himself returned, perfected and made separate. Her eyes held the same wonder his own had known upon first awakening, and in her face, he saw his own humanity reflected and completed. He called her woman, for she was taken out of man, and in that moment, the last echo of solitude vanished, replaced by a companionship that was the garden's final, perfect work. Together they walked through Eden, their harmony as natural as the flow of the river. They tended the groves side by side, their movements a synchronized dance of care. In the cool of the day, they rested beneath the boughs of the tree of life, their shared silence more profound than any speech. There was no shame between them, no hidden thought or guarded emotion, only a transparency as clear as the river's water. They were naked and unashamed, their bodies and spirits in perfect alignment with each other and with all of creation. The garden itself seemed to breathe in contentment around them, every leaf and creature existing in an undisturbed peace, a flawless tapestry of life, where the divine, the human, and the natural world existed in a single, breathless unity. A subtle shift in the garden's perfect harmony began with the serpent, the most cunning of all the creatures God had made. It moved with a liquid grace through the dappled shadows, its scales catching the light like polished gemstones, its eyes holding an ancient, knowing intelligence that seemed out of place among the innocent beasts. It did not slither with menace, but with a quiet purpose, finding the woman where she walked alone among the trees, her attention caught by the vibrant colors and sweet scents of the garden. The serpent's voice, when it came, was not a hiss, but a soft, persuasive whisper, a sound that seemed to weave itself into the very rustle of the leaves, planting a seed of doubt in the fertile soil of her mind. The serpent's words were a masterwork of insinuation, twisting the single prohibition into a question of divine motive. It spoke of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not as a boundary of love and protection, but as a barrier to a greater existence. The whisper suggested that God's command was born not of care, but of jealousy, a desire to keep humanity from a power that was rightfully theirs. The fruit, the serpent murmured, would not bring death, but would open their eyes, making them like God Himself, knowing good and evil. The idea took root in Eve's heart, a fascinating and terrible possibility. She looked at the tree anew, its forbidden fruit seeming to glow with a tantalizing allure, its appearance suddenly desirable not just for food, but for the profound wisdom it promised. A war waged silently within her. The memory of God's voice, clear and loving, clashed with the serpent's compelling logic. She recalled the abundance of the garden, the freedom granted in every other corner of Eden, and this one restriction now felt like a chain. The desire for the knowledge, for the elevation the serpent described, grew until it overshadowed everything else. With a hand that trembled slightly, she reached out, her fingers closing around the smooth, cool skin of the fruit. She plucked it, the stem snapping with a sound that seemed to echo through the suddenly still air. For a moment she held it, this compact vessel of transgression, then she brought it to her lips and took a bite. The flesh was sweet and complex on her tongue, but the taste was immediately overshadowed by a seismic shift in her very being. She found Adam and, without a word, offered him the fruit. In his eyes, she saw not condemnation, but a shared, desperate hope. He took it from her hand, his own act a mirror of her choice, a willing step into the unknown. He ate. The change was instantaneous and devastating. A wave of shocking clarity washed over them, a brutal, searing awareness that felt less like enlightenment and more like a wound. Their innocence, which had clothed them more surely than any garment, fell away like a discarded veil. For the first time, they saw their own nakedness, and the sight filled them with a burning shame so profound it was a physical pain. The perfect unity they had known was shattered, replaced by a frantic, desperate need to hide from each other, from the garden itself, and from the approaching sound of God walking in the cool of the day. The gentle sigh of their lost paradise was the only sound left in the suddenly cold and frightening world. A new and terrible awareness flooded their senses, a raw, scraping clarity that felt less like enlightenment and more like a wound laid bare to the air. The world, which had moments before been a tapestry of harmonious beauty, now seemed sharp, accusing, and unbearably intimate. Their own bodies, once seamless extensions of their innocent spirits, became objects of a burning, frantic shame. Where there had been only unity and transparency, now there was a chasm of self-consciousness. They scrambled, their movements clumsy and desperate, tearing broad leaves from a nearby fig tree, fumbling to weave the rough greenery into crude coverings for their hips. The rustle of the leaves was a frantic, pathetic sound against the profound silence that had descended upon the garden. A silence that now felt heavy with judgment. The sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, a rhythm that had once been the most comforting of all the garden's melodies, now struck terror into their hearts. It was not a thunderous approach, but a gentle, steady footfall that resonated through the earth, a sound that now seemed to seek them out, to expose their newfound hiding place. They fled from the presence they had once run toward, their hearts hammering against their ribs, and concealed themselves among the thickest trunks of the trees, pressing their bodies into the shadows, hoping the foliage would swallow them whole. The dappled light that once seemed playful, now felt like a searchlight, and the gentle breeze carried not comfort, but the scent of their own fear. The voice of God called out, not with a roar of anger, but with a tone of profound, sorrowful inquiry. It was the question of a father seeking a lost child. The man, his voice trembling and thin, answered from his inadequate hiding place. He confessed that he had hidden himself because he was naked and afraid. The words hung in the air, a stark admission of the broken covenant. The divine response was another question, gentle yet piercing, asking who had told him he was naked, and if he had eaten from the one forbidden tree. The man's reply was a cascade of blame, a desperate attempt to shift the weight of his choice. He pointed first to the woman God had given him, and then, by implication, to God himself, the giver of the gift. The woman, when her turn came, offered her own deflection, her words laying the fault at the feet of the cunning serpent. In their shame, unity had shattered into a chaos of accusation. Then God turned to the serpent, and the tone of the garden shifted from sorrow to decree. There was no question for the tempter, only a curse, spoken with a finality that altered the creature's very nature. It was condemned to crawl on its belly and eat dust all the days of its life, its form forever marked by its role in the rebellion. A deep and ancient enmity was declared between its offspring and the woman's, a struggle that would culminate in a decisive, crushing blow to the serpent's head, even as it struck at the heel of the woman's descendant. It was a curse, yet woven into its fabric was the first whisper of a promise, a distant, veiled hope of a future victory over the darkness that had just been unleashed. Finally, God spoke to the woman, and the consequences of her choice settled upon her like a weight. He declared that her pain in childbirth would be greatly multiplied, a shadow falling over the very act of creation. Her relationship with her husband was also fractured, her desire now tangled with his rule over her. To the man, God described a fundamental change in his relationship with the earth itself. The ground, which had once yielded its abundance freely and joyfully, was now cursed because of him. His work would become toil, a lifelong struggle against thorns and thistles that would rise from the soil he was made from. He would eat his bread by the sweat of his face until he returned to the dust, for dust he was, and to dust he would return. The sentence of mortality was pronounced, the breath of life now bound to an expiration date. Yet, even in this pronouncement of pain and death, the whispered promise to the serpent lingered in the air, a fragile, enduring thread of grace in the unraveling tapestry of paradise. The silence that followed God's pronouncements was heavier than any the garden had ever known, thick with the gravity of shattered innocence and the scent of fierce sweat. Adam and Eve stood exposed, not merely in their physical nakedness, but in the raw truth of their transgression, the crude fig leaves doing little to shield their trembling spirits. Yet, in a final, profound act of mercy that cut through the bleakness of their new reality, God Himself intervened. Before their downcast eyes, an animal, perhaps one of the gentle lambs that had grazed nearby, was slain. There was no fanfare, only the quiet, terrible necessity of the first death in a world that had known only life. From its still warm hide, God fashioned garments of skin, sturdier and more fitting than their pathetic leafy aprons. As He clothed them, His hands were not those of an angry judge, but of a grieving father preparing his children for a harsh journey, the soft leather a tangible promise of provision, even in punishment. The act of clothing was also the final seal on their fate. The Garden of Eden, that perfect sanctuary of unbroken fellowship, could no longer be their home. To remain, to eat now from the tree of life and live forever in this state of fractured, shame-filled existence, would be a curse, not a blessing. Immortality in a fallen state was a horror beyond comprehension. And so, the Lord God sent them out. There was no physical force, no violent expulsion, but a divine directive that carried the weight of irrevocable law. They turned from the heart of the garden, their steps slow and leaden, and walked toward its eastern edge. With every step, the air seemed to grow colder, the colors less vibrant. They passed the familiar groves for the last time, the whispering leaves now sounding like a lament, the sweet perfume of the flowers tinged with the bitterness of farewell. At the border of paradise, where the cultivated land met the untamed wilderness, a terrifying and majestic guard was established. God placed cherubim there, and a flaming sword that turned every way. These were not the gentle, rosy-cheeked figures of later art, but mighty, awe-inspiring beings, their forms a composite of lion, eagle, ox, and man, radiating a holiness that was both beautiful and terrifying. Their wings created a barrier of shimmering, palpable power, and between them, the flaming sword moved with a relentless, mesmerizing motion, its fire a pure, untouchable energy that sealed the way to the tree of life. It was not a gate that could be climbed, or a wall that could be breached. It was a metaphysical boundary, a declaration that the path back was closed forever, guarded by the very glory of God. And so, Adam and Eve stepped across the invisible threshold. The feel of the earth beneath their feet changed instantly. It was harder, more unyielding. The wind that met them was sharper, carrying the dust of the open ground. They did not look back, for the blazing light of the cherubim and the sword at their backs was a memory too painful to hold. They faced east into a world of toil and wonder, a vast unknown landscape that stretched before them under the same sun and stars, but which was now a place of struggle, of birth pangs, and of sweat-soaked labor. They were exiles, clothed in the skin of another, carrying within them the knowledge of good and evil like a burning coal, and the fragile whispered hope of a promised redemption, that was their only compass in the terrifying, beautiful wilderness that was now their home. The world beyond Eden was a canvas of struggle and survival, where the soil yielded its fruit only through relentless effort and the sweat of the brow. Adam and Eve's firstborn, Cain, grew to be a man of the earth, his hands calloused, and his back perpetually bent over the stubborn ground. He learned the language of the soil, when to turn it, when to plant, and when to wait, his entire existence bound to the dusty curse pronounced upon his father. His brother Abel chose a different path, becoming a keeper of flocks. He moved with the rhythms of the animals, his life a quiet symphony of bleating sheep and the soft crunch of grass underfoot, his days spent under the open sky, guiding his charges to green pastures and still waters. The two brothers were a study in contrasts, one rooted to a specific plot of land, the other a wanderer across it. One whose work was met with thorns and resistance, the other whose labor was among living, breathing creatures. In the fullness of time, driven by a deep, innate need to honor the Creator, whose voice their parents still whispered about in the evening cool, both brothers brought an offering to the Lord. Cain brought of the fruit of the ground, a selection of his finest produce, plump grains, rich-colored vegetables, and the first fruits of his harvest. It was an offering born of his toil, a gift presented with the hope of recognition for his struggle against the cursed earth. Abel too brought an offering, choosing the firstborn of his flock, their fat portions. He selected a lamb, unblemished and perfect, and its life was given in a solemn, bloody act that spoke of a cost more profound than harvested grain. The smoke of their offerings rose into the sky, two separate columns ascending toward heaven. The divine regard fell upon the offerings, and a distinction was made that would echo through the ages. The Lord looked with favor upon Abel and his offering, the scent of the dedicated lamb seeming to find a welcome in the celestial realms. But for Cain and his offering of the ground, there was no such regard. The silence that met his gift was more crushing than any spoken rejection. A cold emptiness settled where he had hoped for warmth, a void that quickly filled with a hot, corrosive emotion. He did not weep in disappointment. Instead, his face grew dark, his features hardening into a mask of fury. The favor shown to his brother's bloody sacrifice over his own hard-won fruits felt like a personal indictment, a judgment not just on his offering, but on his very way of life. The anger did not flash and subside. It took root in Cain's heart, a slow burning ember fed by jealousy and wounded pride. It simmered beneath the surface of his daily routines, coloring his every interaction with his brother. Where once there might have been fraternal companionship, now there was a sullen distance. He watched Abel with his flocks, the peaceful communion between the shepherd and his sheep, and the sight became a torment. The divine question, "Why are you angry, and why has your face fallen?" hung in the air, an unheeded warning. A counsel was given, a path to mastery over the sin that was crouching at his door, its desire to consume him. But Cain's heart was already a locked room, and the ember of his rage, ignored and nurtured, glowed ever brighter, waiting for the wind of opportunity to fan it into a destructive flame. The simmering ember of Cain's jealousy finally caught flame in the open field, a place where the sky was vast and the earth stretched out in silent witness. He had asked his brother to walk with him, the words a lie wrapped in a brother's voice. Abel, trusting and unaware, followed him out to where the green shoots of Cain's labor pushed through the soil, and his own sheep grazed peacefully in the distance. The sun beat down upon them, a golden, impartial eye, as the two stood alone in the immense quiet. There, with no one to see but the drifting clouds and the patient hills, the resentment that had coiled in Cain's soul for so long finally unspooled into violence. He rose up against his brother, his hands, once used for tilling the earth, now becoming instruments of a terrible, primal fury. The struggle was brief and brutal. There was no grand battle, only the shocking, intimate horror of one brother's hands upon the other. Abel fell, his body striking the soft earth from which he himself had been formed. The life fled from him, seeping out into the soil, a dark crimson stain spreading across the green. The silence of the field, once peaceful, became profound and accusatory. The only sound was Cain's ragged breathing, as he stood over his brother's still form, the reality of his act settling upon him with a weight more terrible than any curse. Abel's blood, the voice of the first victim, cried out from the ground, a silent, piercing lament that traveled farther than any human sound, reaching the very ears of heaven. The voice of the Lord came to Cain, not with the gentle inquiry of the garden, but with a direct and terrible question. "Where is Abel your brother?" The question hung in the air, a divine searchlight probing the darkness of Cain's heart. His response was a lie forged in defiance and fear, a hollow echo of his father's evasion. "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" But the earth itself bore witness against him. The ground, which had drunk his brother's blood, was now cursed for him in a new and profound way. It would no longer yield its strength to his hands. When he tried to till it, it would resist him, a permanent reminder of the life he had poured out upon it. He was to be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, forever rootless, forever severed from the solace of home. Terror finally broke through Cain's defiance. The sentence felt greater than he could bear. To be cast out from the land, to be hidden from God's face, was a desolation worse than death. He saw in his mind's eye every stranger's hand raised against him, his own life as vulnerable and exposed as his brother's had been. He voiced his fear, a desperate plea from a man who had just proven how cheaply life could be taken. And in a final, confounding act of mercy, the Lord put a mark on Cain, a sign of divine protection. No one knew its shape or form, only that it was a warning to all who might find him, a guarantee that vengeance for his life would be taken sevenfold. It was not a mark of honor, but a brand of exile, a paradoxical shield that ensured his survival while sealing his fate. And so Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, a solitary figure against the horizon. He wandered east of Eden, into the land of Nod, a name that meant wandering. The mark upon him was his only companion, a constant, burning reminder of his crime and his protection. He left behind the field where Abel's blood still darkened the soil, and the world into which he walked was vast, empty, and haunted by the ghost of the brother he had slain. He was the first murderer, the architect of his own exile, forever defined by the single, violent act that shattered the first family, and proved that the sin crouching at the door had found its way, irrevocably, into the heart of man. In the long, slow shadow of Cain's exile, a different kind of hope took root in the hearts of Adam and Eve. a hope not born from the earth's abundance or the sweat of their labor, but from the profound grace of a new beginning. The memory of Abel's innocent blood crying from the ground was a scar upon their world, but in its place, God granted them another son. They named him Seth, a name that meant appointed or granted, for as Eve whispered with a heart both broken and mended, God had appointed her another offspring in place of Abel, whom Cain had killed. In Seth's first cries, they heard not an echo of violence, but the fragile, resilient melody of a lineage that would seek the Lord's face. He became a living thread, stitched by divine mercy into the torn fabric of their story, a promise that the righteous path had not been entirely forsaken. As Seth grew, he carried within him a quiet reverence that seemed to remember a world before the fall. He learned the ways of the cursed ground from his father, but his spirit seemed to look beyond the thorns and thistles, toward the horizon where the cherubim still stood guard. When he came of age, he too had a son, and they named him Enosh. It was in the days of Enosh, as humanity began to multiply and spread across the wide earth, that a profound and hopeful shift occurred. The scriptures would later note that at that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. It was not a formal, unified religion, but a stirring in the human spirit, a collective turning of hearts back toward the Creator, a reaching out across the chasm of exile. The name of God, once spoken in the intimate cool of the garden, was now whispered on the wind, cried out in need, and uttered in hope, a fragile bridge built across generations. The thread of this righteous lineage continued, each life a measured beat in the slow, patient rhythm of divine providence. Enosh fathered Kenan, and Kenan fathered Mahalalel. Their names became markers in the flowing river of time, each man living for centuries, their long lives a tapestry woven with the ordinary threads of birth and death, planting and harvest, joy and sorrow. They were not kings or conquerors, but fathers and farmers, their stories largely lost to the silence of the ages. Yet, in their quiet faithfulness, in the simple act of raising sons who would also learn to call upon the name of the Lord, they were building something far more enduring than a city or a tower. They were preserving a seed, a spiritual inheritance that wound its way through the accumulating years, like a slender, golden cord, uncorrupted by the growing clamor of the world. With Mahalalel came a son named Jared, and the line continued, a procession of souls walking through the long twilight of an ancient world. Each generation was a link, a life that held the promise and carried it forward. They lived, loved, and labored under the same sun that had warmed Eden, and when their long years were spent, they were gathered to their fathers, their bodies returning to the dust from which Adam was taken. But the thread did not break. It was a lineage leading somewhere, a path being cleared through the wilderness of time, a quiet, persistent counter-melody to the rising symphony of human wickedness. In the steadfast lives of Seth, Enosh, Kenan, and Mahalalel, the hope of redemption, first whispered in the garden's curse, was kept alive, a single, unwavering flame in the gathering darkness. The world had become a chorus of violence, a symphony of corruption where every thought of man's heart was only evil continually. The divine gaze, which had once looked upon creation and called it good, now saw a landscape stained with blood and echoing with the cries of the oppressed. The beauty of the mountains and the serenity of the seas were overshadowed by the cruelty that walked upon the earth. Humanity, created in the very image of God, had to face that likeness, twisting their freedom into a weapon of greed and brutality. The Lord's heart was filled with pain, a profound cosmic grief that resonated through the heavens. The creation groaned under the weight of its own perversion, and the decision was made. A great unmaking was necessary, a cleansing flood to wash the world clean of its festering wound, to return it to the quiet, watery chaos from which it had first emerged. Yet, in the midst of this overwhelming darkness, one man stood as a solitary beacon. His name was Noah, a descendant of that faithful line of Seth, and he walked with God. In a generation that had forgotten the sound of the Lord's voice, Noah remembered. His life was a quiet protest against the clamor of wickedness that surrounded him. While others built altars to their own pride and strength, Noah built a life of integrity. He was a just man, blameless in his generation, not by a sinless perfection, but by a heart that remained turned toward its Maker. His righteousness was not a loud proclamation, but a steady, humble rhythm of faithfulness, a man tending his fields, caring for his family, and listening for the whisper of God in the cool of the day, just as his forefather Adam had once done. And God saw Noah. In the vast, sorrowful survey of a corrupted earth, the divine eyes rested upon this one man, and found a place where grace could take root. The resolve to bring the flood was irrevocable, but so too was the commitment to preserve a remnant, a seed from which a new world could sprout. The Lord shared his heart with Noah, unveiling the terrifying plan of judgment. The earth, God declared, was filled with violence, and behold, he would destroy them with the earth. The words must have fallen upon Noah like stones, the weight of the coming cataclysm crushing the air from his lungs. Yet, intertwined with the pronouncement of doom was a personal commission, a call to be the instrument of salvation. The instructions were precise, a blueprint for hope in the face of annihilation. Noah was to build an ark, a vast sealed vessel of gopher wood, its dimensions and design dictated by God himself. Into this ark, Noah would bring his wife, his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives, a small human nucleus shielded from the coming storm. But the salvation was not for humanity alone. In a breathtaking display of care for all living creatures, God commanded Noah to bring pairs of every living thing, of all flesh, 2 of every sort, to keep them alive with him. The judgment was universal, but so too was the mercy. The breath of life in every creature was deemed worthy of preservation. The covenant of care, first spoken over the teeming seas and skies, would be honored even in the midst of divine judgment. Noah received this staggering command in silence, the enormity of the task settling upon his shoulders, a righteous man chosen to be the guardian of the world's last hope. The divine instructions echoed in Noah's mind with the clarity of carved stone, a precise and staggering blueprint for salvation amidst the coming deluge. The voice that had spoken light into being now detailed the dimensions of a vessel of mercy, an ark of gopher wood, sealed inside and out with pitch, a floating sanctuary 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. A single window was to be fashioned under the roof, a door set in its side, and 3 decks were to divide its vast interior into realms for the preserved life of the earth. The specifications were not a suggestion, but a covenant in wood and resin, a tangible promise of survival for Noah, his family, and the breathing multitude he was to shelter. Noah received the vision not as a burden, but as a sacred trust, the weight of the world's future resting upon his faithful shoulders. With a quiet and unwavering resolve, Noah set to work. He selected the gopher trees himself, their trunks straight and true, their wood resilient and fragrant. The first strike of his axe against the bark was a sound of profound commitment, a declaration of faith in the unseen flood. His sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, joined him, their muscles straining as they felled the great trees, hewed the beams, and began the slow, arduous assembly. The rhythmic hammering of mallets and the rasp of saws became the soundtrack of their days, a percussive hymn of obedience rising from the construction site. They worked under the vast open sky, which for now remained a serene and untroubled blue, their labor a solitary point of purpose in a world careening toward judgment. Curious and mocking neighbors would sometimes gather at a distance, their laughter carrying on the wind as they watched the colossal structure take shape, a landlocked ship in a place untouched by sea. They saw only the folly of an old man, a bizarre project born of superstition. But Noah paid them no mind. His focus was on the grain of the wood, the fit of the joints, the application of the dark, pungent pitch that would make the ark watertight. Every measured cut, every driven nail, was an act of belief. He saw not the absurdity of the project, but the divine logic behind it, a box of salvation, a coffin for the old world, and a cradle for the new. As the weeks stretched into years and the ark's immense skeleton grew into a finished form, the atmosphere began to change. The air grew heavy and still, carrying a metallic scent of coming rain. On the far horizon, clouds began to gather, not the white, fluffy heralds of a passing shower, but a soft, gray bank that seemed to deepen and swell with each passing day. They were the first gentle whispers of the cataclysm, a gathering army of vapors moving with a slow, inexorable purpose. Noah watched them as he worked, the sight a silent confirmation of the promise and the warning. He hammered on, the sound of his tool now accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, a low drumbeat from the heavens that seemed to say the time was near, the covenant was being sealed, and the great, patient work of salvation was almost complete. A profound and purposeful stillness settled over the land as the final day of the old world dawned. The immense ark stood complete, its dark pitched hull a stark silhouette against a sky now heavy with the promise of rain. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, thick with the scent of resin and damp earth, charged with the unspoken tension of an ending and a beginning. Noah stood at the great door, a figure of weathered faith, his eyes scanning the horizon where his family approached. His wife walked beside him, her face a mask of solemn resolve, while his sons and their wives followed, their steps measured and quiet, each carrying the few possessions that would accompany them into the unknown. They were a small procession of hope, the last remnant of humanity stepping across the threshold of the massive door, leaving the sunlit world behind to enter the shadowed, cavernous interior of their sanctuary. No sooner had the human family entered than a new sound began to rise, a gentle, rustling, padding murmur that grew into a harmonious chorus. From every corner of the earth they came, moving with an instinct guided by a divine hand. Pairs of creatures, great and small, emerged from the forests and the plains, descending from the hills and creeping from the grasslands, their movements orderly and unhurried, as if part of a grand, preordained procession. The majestic lions approached, their powerful shoulders rolling with each step, their great manes framing faces of quiet dignity, their low rumbles a bass note in the growing symphony. Beside them came the gentle doves, their large eyes wide with a placid trust, their slender legs carrying them lightly up the ramp and into the dimness. The sky above began to fill with the soft rustle of wings. Doves descended in pairs, their white feathers like flashes of light against the gray clouds, their soft cooing a melody of peace as they found perches within the ark's framework. Eagles followed, their sharp cries cutting through the air, their powerful wings folding as they entered their new temporary domain. From the smallest cracks in the soil, beetles emerged in iridescent pairs, their hard shells gleaming as they scurried into the safety of the wooden vessel. The air was filled with a tapestry of sound, the trumpeting of a paired elephant herd, the chattering of squirrels, the bleating of sheep, the hiss of serpents, and the buzz of insects, all blending into a single, peaceful chorus of preserved life. It was not a cacophony of panic, but a divinely orchestrated gathering, every creature answering a silent call, their diverse voices uniting in a testament to the Creator's care for all He had made. The door stood open, a final invitation as the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, each one a soft tap on the wooden hull, a prelude to the great unraveling and the promise of a future sealed within. The first drops fell like gentle tears from a grieving sky, soft taps against the pitched roof of the ark that quickly multiplied into a steady drumming rhythm. For 40 days and 40 nights, the heavens opened, not with the fury of a passing storm, but with the relentless, sorrowful purpose of a divine judgment. The rain was a ceaseless curtain of gray, pouring down in sheets that blurred the line between sky and earth, a liquid shroud descending upon a world that had forgotten its creator. The fountains of the great deep, those subterranean reservoirs sealed since the second day of creation, burst open with a roar that shook the very foundations of the mountains. Water surged from below, a churning, boiling torrent that met the deluge from above, and the earth began to drown in a cataclysm of its own making. Inside the ark, the world was a symphony of confined life. The rustle of straw, the lowing of cattle, the soft cooing of doves, and the steady patter of rain on the roof, a constant reminder of the chaos outside. The massive vessel, which had seemed so out of place on dry land, now stirred, lifted from the earth by the rising waters. It bobbed gently at first, then was caught by the swelling currents, cradled by waves that grew taller than the highest hills. The ark became a world unto itself, a wooden womb preserving the breath of life, as the one outside was systematically erased. It floated securely, its divinely ordained proportions allowing it to ride the crests of the monstrous waves, a haven of order in an ocean of chaos. Outside, the world was being unmade. The waters rose, swallowing the fields where Cain had tilled, and Abel had kept his flocks. They climbed the slopes of the mountains, covering the familiar landmarks of the antediluvian world, silencing the places where humanity had built its cities and raised its proud towers. The peaks themselves, the very bones of the earth, disappeared beneath the churning, muddy surface, until there was no high ground left, only a tossing, endless expanse of water, under a sky that was itself a waterfall. Every living thing that moved on the earth, bird, cattle, beast, and every swarming creature, breathed its last. The great cacophony of a corrupted world was replaced by a single, overwhelming sound: the roar of the rain and the surge of the waves. And then, after 40 days, the rain stopped. The relentless drumming on the ark's roof ceased, leaving a silence that was more profound than any noise. The fountains of the deep were closed, and the windows of the heavens were shut. But the silence that followed was not one of peace. It was the silence of a grave. The ark floated on the surface of the deep, a solitary speck on an infinite gray sea. All that had been, the laughter, the violence, the dreams, the corruption, had sunk beneath the waves into an eternal quiet. Inside the ark, the preserved life waited, the steady breathing of its inhabitants the only counterpoint to the immense, watery silence that now covered the earth, a world washed clean and waiting, its future sealed within the fragile walls of a single, floating vessel. Inside the ark, a new and fragile world had been born, its rhythms dictated by the ceaseless, muffled roar of the deluge outside. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood, animal musk, and the sweet hay strewn across the floors, a confined ecosystem breathing in the darkness. The only light filtered down from the single window sealed high above, a pale gray shaft that did little to dispel the shadows, but served as a constant reminder of the world that was, and the sky that would be again. In this wooden universe, life continued, a patient, purposeful ballet of survival. Noah and his family moved through the 3 decks with a quiet diligence, their footsteps soft on the timber planks, their voices hushed as if in reverence for the immense judgment unfolding beyond the walls. Their days fell into a rhythm of feeding and resting, of mucking out stalls and replenishing water troughs. The sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, worked alongside their father, their muscles accustomed to the heft of fodder and the weight of water skins. The women tended to the smaller creatures and the stores of grain and dried fruits, their hands moving with a practiced efficiency. There was no sunrise or sunset to mark the time, only the slow turning of their labors and the patient count of days. The animals, for their part, seemed to understand the sacred nature of their preservation. The lion lay down near the lamb, not in a predatory stance, but in a weary truce, their breathing synchronized in the dim light. The only sounds were the rustle of feathers, the crunch of hay, the occasional low or bleat, and the steady, hypnotic drumming of the rain, a sound that had become the very heartbeat of their existence. Noah often found himself pausing in his work, a hand resting against the smooth, pitched wall of the ark. He could feel the vibration of the water against the hull, a constant, tremulous hum that spoke of the immense power holding them aloft. Outside, he knew, the world they had known was gone. The fields, the hills, the memories, all submerged beneath a featureless, churning sea. The laughter of neighbors, the scorn of onlookers, the very weight of a corrupt generation, had been silenced forever. It was a knowledge that could have crushed him, but instead, he held fast to the promise, the single, unwavering word God had spoken. He trusted not in the stability of the ship he had built, but in the faithfulness of the one who had commanded its construction. In the heart of the storm, his soul was an anchor, sunk deep into the bedrock of divine covenant. The nights were the longest, when the chores were done, and the ark was filled with the soft sounds of sleeping creatures. Lying in the darkness, Noah would listen to the rain and remember the voice that had called him to this extraordinary task. He recalled the clarity of the instructions, the years of patient labor, the gathering of the animals, each memory a stone in the foundation of his faith. He did not know how long the waters would prevail, or what kind of world would greet them when they receded. But the promise was enough. It was a light in the profound darkness, a certainty that this 40-day baptism of the earth was not an end, but a necessary beginning. And so he waited, not with the frantic anxiety of a prisoner, but with the patient hope of a midwife, knowing that new life, though unseen and unheard, was gestating in the deep, ready to be born from the womb of the flood. A profound shift began in the heart of the deep, a change not of sight or sound, but of motion. The relentless churning energy that had lifted the ark and held it captive on a boundless sea began to soften, its fury spent. God sent a wind over the earth, a great sighing breath that moved across the face of the waters, not with the violence of a storm, but with the gentle, persistent purpose of a healer's hand. This wind began to work upon the chaotic expanse, its invisible fingers stroking the towering waves, coaxing them down into rolling swells, and then into a vast, placid stillness. The roar of the flood, which had been the world's only voice for so long, faded into a whisper, and then into a silence more immense than the noise that had preceded it. The judgment was complete, and the long, slow work of restoration had begun. Inside the ark, the first sign of this change was the stillness. The constant, lurching motion that had defined their existence for weeks ceased, replaced by a stable, almost unnerving calm. The groaning of the great timbers against the stress of the waves fell silent. Noah, his ear attuned to every shift and sound of his wooden world, felt the difference in his very bones. The ark was no longer adrift on a heaving ocean, it was resting. He placed a hand against the inner wall, feeling not the tremulous hum of struggling currents, but a solid, profound quiet. The waters were withdrawing, their dominion receding as obediently as they had once advanced. The deep was being tamed once more, its chaotic waters gathered back into their appointed boundaries by the same voice that had first commanded them. For 150 days the waters had prevailed, but now their power was broken. They decreased steadily, their level dropping with a patience that mirrored their rise. Hidden beneath the surface, the drowned mountains and buried valleys began to emerge from their watery grave. Then, on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest. It was not a jarring impact, but a gentle, final settling, as if a great hand had lowered it into place. Its hull, which had been buoyed by the deep for so long, grounded firmly upon the slopes of the mountains of Ararat. The sensation was unmistakable, a firmness, an end to wandering. The great vessel, which had been a ship without a shore, now had a foundation. It was perched upon the shoulder of a newborn world, its journey over, its purpose fulfilled. Driven by a hope that now felt tangible, Noah went to the window that had been sealed under the eaves. With careful, reverent hands, he opened it, the first crack in their isolation. A rush of fresh, cold air flooded into the stuffy interior, carrying a scent unlike any they had known for months, the clean, wet smell of stone and mud and vast, open spaces. He looked out, and his breath caught. The world outside was a vision of mist and emerging stone, a landscape in the first moments of creation. Peaks of the Ararat Range pierced a blanket of low-lying cloud, like islands in a white sea. Below, the waters stretched away, but they were no longer an infinite ocean. They were a retreating flood, pulling back to reveal dark, wet earth and the sharp, clean lines of highland ridges. The world was new, washed clean, veiled in a soft gray mystery, and waiting in a profound and patient silence for the next command of life. The waiting was a different kind of trial, a slow, patient ache after the roaring certainty of the flood. The ark rested, a great silent vessel beached on the high shoulder of Ararat, its hull embedded in the mud of a new world. Inside, the air grew thick with the scent of confinement, and the quiet tension of a hope deferred. Noah, his face etched with the lines of a long and faithful vigil, felt the stillness of the mountains seep into the wood around them. The waters had receded, but the earth remained hidden, a secret veiled by a vast gray expanse of floodwater that stretched to the horizon, its surface as smooth and unreadable as polished stone. He needed a sign, a whisper from the world beyond their wooden walls to tell them if the time of emergence was near. He chose a raven first, a creature of rugged independence, its black feathers glossy in the dim light from the open window. He released it, and they watched as it beat its powerful wings, a dark speck against the pale sky. It flew back and forth over the retreating waters, a restless scout that never returned to the ark. It found perches on the emerging skeletal tops of the highest mountains, its hoarse cry echoing in the vast silence, a creature already at home in the raw, exposed world. The raven's freedom was a promise of sorts, but its solitary nature offered no answer about the condition of the earth below. It was a sign of life, but not of life's renewal. Next, Noah took a dove, a bird of a gentler spirit, its soft eyes holding none of the raven's wild cunning. He cupped it in his hands, feeling the frantic beat of its heart against his palms, a tiny drum of hope, before releasing it into the open air. The dove circled the ark once, twice, its white wings a flash of purity against the somber landscape, then flew out over the waters. The family watched until it was a distant speck, then nothing at all. Hours passed, and the silence stretched taut. Then, as the light began to fade, a soft rustle at the window announced its return. The dove flew back to him, its wings weary, and he stretched out his hand, gathering it back into the safety of the ark. It had found no rest for the sole of its foot. The earth was still a drowned world, its surface offering no place for a creature of the olive branch and the quiet grove. Noah waited 7 more days, a period of patient observance, and again he sent the dove forth from the ark. This time, the wait felt different, charged with a fragile expectation. The day wore on, the sun climbing higher in a sky that was now a clear, untroubled blue. And then, as evening drew its gentle cloak over the mountains, the dove returned. But this time, it did not come empty-beaked. In its mouth was a freshly plucked olive leaf, a small, vibrant banner of green, its edges tender and new. The sight of it struck Noah's heart with a force greater than any thunder. That single leaf, plucked from a world they could not see, was more eloquent than 1,000 prophecies. It spoke of life not just surviving, but sprouting anew. It spoke of mountainsides drying in the sun, of roots pushing through wet soil, of a world already clothing its scars in a mantle of fresh, living green. He took the dove and the leaf back inside, his hands trembling not with fatigue, but with a profound, reverent joy. He showed the leaf to his family, and they gathered around, their faces, for so long marked by the strain of waiting, now softening with a dawning wonder. That small, living scrap was the first tangible proof that the earth was healing, that God's promise of a new beginning was already taking root in the quiet, unseen places. The dove, bearing its olive leaf, had not just found dry land, it had found the future. Hope, which had been a patient, stubborn flame in the long darkness, now bloomed in their hearts as vividly as the leaf was green, a quiet, certain knowledge that the door of the ark would soon open onto a world washed clean, fresh, and waiting for their footsteps. The door of the ark, sealed for so long against the wrath of the deep, swung open onto a world reborn. A flood of clean, sharp air rushed in, scented with wet stone, damp earth, and the faint, sweet perfume of unseen growing things. Noah stood at the threshold, his feet on the solid, sloping ground of Mount Ararat, his eyes drinking in a vista of breathtaking newness. The mountains rose around him like the bones of a fresh creation, their peaks stark against a sky of impossible blue, unmarred by a single cloud. Valleys stretched below, cradling shimmering lakes left by the retreating waters, their surfaces mirroring the clear heavens. The earth itself was a palette of dark, rich browns, and the tender, defiant green of new grass and hardy shrubs pushing through the mud. It was a world washed clean, silent except for the sigh of the wind and the distant trickle of water, a pristine canvas awaiting the first brushstrokes of a renewed humanity. One by one, the family emerged, blinking in the brilliant, unfiltered light. Shem, Ham, and Japheth stepped out with their wives, their faces pale from the long confinement, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation. Then came the animals, a living river pouring forth from the wooden womb that had preserved them. The lions descended with a regal grace, the sheep bleated as they tasted fresh grass for the first time, and the birds burst from the open door in an explosion of wings and song, filling the silent air with their forgotten music. They scattered to the four winds, each pair finding its path into the valleys and forests, their instinctual calls a proclamation of life's return. The ark, its great work complete, stood as a silent, empty monument behind them, a relic of the old world left on the mountainside. Before the business of this new life could begin, before a single field was tilled or a shelter raised, Noah's heart turned to gratitude. He gathered stones from the clean, washed ground, selecting them with a reverent care, and built an altar to the Lord. It was a simple, rough structure, a pile of unhewn rock that spoke of a primal, heartfelt offering. From among the clean animals and birds he had preserved in such abundance, he selected a sacrifice, laying it upon the altar and kindling a fire. The smoke began to rise, a straight gray column climbing into the pure air, carrying with it the scent of dedication and thanks, a pleasing aroma, the first worship from a redeemed earth, ascending from the heart of a righteous man. And the Lord smelled the pleasing scent. In the divine heart, the grief that had prompted the flood was soothed by this act of faithful devotion. A resolution settled within the mind of God, a covenant made with himself and all future creation. Never again would he curse the ground because of man, despite the knowledge that the inclination of the human heart was evil from youth. Never again would he strike down every living creature as he had done. The rhythm of seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night would not cease. This was a promise of stability, a guarantee of grace woven into the very fabric of the reborn world. As the last of the sacrificial smoke faded into the sky, Noah looked up. The sun, breaking through a passing shower, cast its rays upon the retreating clouds. And there, arcing across the vast expanse, its colors vivid against the gray and blue, was a bow. It was a spectacle of pure light, a perfect curve of crimson, gold, emerald, and violet, its ends seeming to rest upon the mountains themselves. God spoke, his voice a quiet thunder in Noah's soul, declaring this bow in the cloud to be the sign of the everlasting covenant between himself and every living creature of all flesh that was on the earth. It was a promise of peace, a weapon of war. The bow, hung in the sky, pointing away from the earth, a permanent reminder that the waters of judgment would never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. Whenever the clouds gathered in threat, the bow would appear, a divine signature in the sky, a silent, beautiful vow of mercy spanning the horizon between heaven and earth. From the scattered seeds of Noah's sons, humanity began to sprout once more, spreading across the face of the renewed earth like a slow, green tide. For a time, they were a single people, their hearts beating to the same rhythm, their tongues shaping the same words. A common language bound them, a shared understanding that flowed as easily as water, allowing them to weave their lives together in a tapestry of communal purpose. They journeyed eastward, a great migrating host, until they found a broad, fertile plain in the land of Shinar, a place where the soil was dark and yielding, and the sky stretched above them like an open hand. Here they decided to settle, to put down roots and build not just homes, but a name for themselves, a monument to their unity that would pierce the very heavens. A collective ambition, fierce and proud, took hold of their hearts. They said to one another, their voices a single determined chorus, that they would make bricks, burning them thoroughly in kilns until they were hard as stone, and use bitumen for mortar. They would build a city, and at its heart, a tower whose top would reach into the heavens. This was not an act of worship, but of defiance, a gesture to make a name for themselves, lest they be scattered over the face of the whole earth. It was a declaration of independence from the divine command to fill the earth, a desire to huddle in their own glory, to create a focal point of human achievement so brilliant it would rival the memory of the flood itself. The project began with a furious energy, the plain of Shinar transforming into a vast, bustling workshop of human industry. The sound of their labor rose as a constant hum, the slap of wet clay into wooden molds, the crackle of fires in the brick kilns, the shouts of instruction and encouragement as the great structure began to climb skyward. The tower grew, course upon course of dark, fired brick, its base massive and broad, its sides rising in a formidable ziggurat that cast a long, arrogant shadow across the plain. It was a marvel of unified effort, a staircase of human ambition aimed directly at the domain of God. The people looked upon their work with swelling pride, seeing in its ascending form the ultimate triumph of their collective will, a fortress against obscurity and a bastion against being scattered. The Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of man had built. It was not a journey of space, but of attention, a divine gaze turning toward this pocket of concentrated pride. And the Lord saw that the people were one, and that they all had one language, and that this unity of purpose, divorced from reverence, had become a tool for limitless rebellion. Nothing they proposed to do would be impossible for them, for their shared understanding granted them a power that, unchecked, would only lead them deeper into the corruption from which the flood had cleansed the earth. The same unity that could build a city of cooperation could forge an empire of tyranny. The same tongue that could sing in harmony could plot in perfect conspiracy. And so, with a gentle, ironic stroke, God confused their language. It was not a violent sundering, but a quiet, internal fracturing. A man turned to his neighbor to ask for a brick, and the words that left his mouth were a jumble of alien sounds, a cacophony of strange syllables that held no meaning for the listener. The shout of a foreman became a bizarre musical nonsense. The seamless flow of shared understanding shattered into 100, 1,000 disparate streams. Confusion rippled through the workforce, turning cooperation into chaos. Frustration mounted as gestures failed, and intentions were lost in a babel of incomprehensible noise. The grand project ground to a halt, the unfinished tower standing as a mute testament to a unity that was no more. Unable to communicate, unable to work together, the bonds of their society dissolved. The single great people fractured into countless tribes and families, each clustering around those who spoke their new, peculiar tongue. They looked at each other now not as brothers, but as strangers, the familiar faces suddenly foreign and untrustworthy. And so, the Lord scattered them from there over the face of all the earth. They left the city and the abandoned tower behind, migrating in small, confused groups to the north, south, east, and west, like seeds cast to the wind. The plain of Shinar emptied, its great dream unfinished, its name becoming a byword for confusion. The tower, intended to prevent scattering, became its very cause, and the world was filled with the rustle of 1,000 new languages, a beautiful, complicated, and permanent reminder that human glory, when raised in defiance of heaven, is destined to be humbled and scattered by a breath of divine irony. In the city of Haran, nestled along the trade routes that stitched the ancient world together, a man named Abram lived a life of quiet comfort, his days measured by the familiar rhythms of his father's household and the steady accumulation of flocks and herds. The city's dust was in his sandals, its gods in the shrines on every corner, its voices a constant murmur in the marketplaces. He was a man rooted in place, his identity woven into the fabric of his clan and the land of his sojourning. Yet, beneath the surface of this settled existence, a divine discontent stirred, a silent, persistent tug on his spirit that the idols of Haran could not soothe. Then, into the quiet of his heart, a voice spoke, a voice that carried the authority of the one who had called light from darkness and dry land from the sea. It was not a sound that echoed off the mud brick walls, but a resonance that shook the very foundations of his soul, a command that would sever the anchors of his life and set him adrift on a sea of faith. The command was as simple as it was staggering. Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. It was a call to leave everything, the security of family, the familiarity of home, the known gods of his fathers, for a destination that remained a mystery, a promise veiled in divine secrecy. There was no map, no detailed itinerary, only a relentless, personal imperative to go. But woven into the command was a tapestry of blessings so vast, it defied comprehension. The voice promised to make of him a great nation, to bless him and make his name great, so that he would be a blessing. All the families of the earth would find their benediction through him. The words hung in the air of his spirit, a paradox of immense cost and unimaginable gain, a choice between the solid ground of the known and the shifting, luminous path of the promise. Abram did not hesitate. The voice had found a corresponding echo in the deep places of his own heart, a faith that was not blind, but which saw the promiser more clearly than it saw the obstacles. In an act of profound obedience that would echo through millennia, he began to dismantle his life in Haran. He did not sell his possessions in a frantic rush, but with a deliberate, purposeful calm. He gathered his wife Sarai, whose beauty was matched only by her own quiet strength, and his nephew Lot, who had become like a son to him after the death of his brother. He assembled his servants, his shepherds, and his herdsmen, and began the immense logistical task of preparing his entire world for a journey into the unknown. The flocks were counted, the tents were folded, the provisions were packed. The people of Haran watched, bewildered, as the wealthy and respected Abram turned his back on their city, his face set toward a horizon that held nothing but a word from God. The morning of their departure dawned clear and cool. The caravan assembled was a small city on the move. A river of woolly backs and dusty hooves, the creak of laden carts, the patient plodding of camels, and the murmur of a community united by one man's faith. Abram stood at its head, Sarai by his side, her eyes reflecting a mixture of trepidation and a fierce, unwavering trust in her husband and his God. With one last look at the receding skyline of Haran, a place of memories and moorings, he took the first step. It was a step away from everything that defined a man in that age: his land, his lineage, his local deities. It was a step into a void, but a void that was filled with the presence of the one who had called him. Faith was his only compass, the divine promise his only destination, and with each footfall on the sun-baked earth, he walked deeper into a story whose chapters were yet to be written, guided by a star he alone could see. The land of Canaan, the very soil God had promised, cracked and split under a merciless sun. The famine was a slow, creeping death, a blight that withered the green from the hills and turned the streams to dusty gullies. Abram's vast flocks, a testament to God's provisional hand, grew thin and restless, their plaintive bleating a constant lament against the barren landscape. The promise felt distant, a whisper drowned out by the roar of a hollow stomach and the sight of his people's gaunt faces. Survival demanded movement, a desperate pilgrimage toward the one nation known to be a granary of the ancient world: Egypt, a land whose lifeblood was the mighty, unfailing Nile. With a heavy heart, Abram turned his caravan away from the promised land, leading his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all that he had southward, toward the lush green delta that beckoned like a mirage on the horizon. As they drew nearer to the Egyptian border, a new and more intimate fear began to coil in Abram's gut, colder and sharper than the fear of starvation. Sarai, his wife, was a woman of striking beauty, her grace undimmed by the harsh journey. He saw the way foreign men looked at her, their gazes lingering with a possessiveness that made his blood run cold. In the courts of a powerful pharaoh, a man accustomed to taking what he desired, a beautiful foreign woman would be a prize, and her husband would be nothing but an obstacle to be removed. The promise of a great nation, of countless descendants, would be extinguished before it could even take root. A plan, born of desperation and of faltering faith in divine protection, formed in his mind, a half-truth wrapped around a core of deceit. He went to Sarai, his voice low and urgent, and instructed her. "Please say you are my sister," he implored, "so that it may go well with me because of you, and that my life may be spared for your sake." It was a calculation of survival, a choice to manipulate the truth in the hope of preserving the very promise God had made. They crossed into Egypt, and the world transformed. The arid browns of Canaan were replaced by the vibrant, almost shocking green of the irrigated fields. The air, once parched, grew thick with the scent of lotus blossoms and wet earth. The Egyptians, a people of immense sophistication and power, moved with a confident grace that stood in stark contrast to the weary nomads. And just as Abram had feared, Sarai's beauty did not go unnoticed. Word of the stunning foreign woman traveled swiftly through the corridors of power, carried on the whispers of courtiers, until it reached the ears of Pharaoh himself. Intrigued, he commanded that she be brought to his palace. Abram, identified only as her brother, could only watch, his heart a stone in his chest, as Sarai was taken from his side and into the opulent, gilded cage of the royal household. In exchange for his sister, Pharaoh treated Abram well, bestowing upon him sheep, oxen, male and female servants, female donkeys and camels. The patriarch grew wealthy, his tents overflowing with the bounty of his lie, each new gift a heavier weight upon his conscience. But the Lord would not allow his covenant to be unraveled by human fear and deceit. A darkness fell upon Pharaoh's house, not a political threat or a military incursion, but a series of great plagues that afflicted Pharaoh and his household. Sickness and misfortune ran like a poison through the palace, a tangible supernatural disturbance that pointed an accusing finger directly at the source of the trouble. Pharaoh, a man attuned to the signs and portents of the gods, understood the message. He summoned Abram, his face a mask of fury and violated honor. "What is this you have done to me?" he demanded, his voice echoing in the grand hall. "Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I took her for my wife?" The confrontation laid bare Abram's cowardice, exposing the chasm between his faith and his actions. Humiliated and chastened by the divine intervention, Pharaoh wanted no further part of the cursed foreigner or his God. He commanded his men concerning Abram, and they sent him away, with his wife and all that he had. Sarai was returned to him, untouched and unharmed, the promise she unknowingly carried still secure. They were escorted to the border, their newly acquired wealth trailing behind them like a silent, shameful procession. Abram left Egypt a richer man in possessions, but poorer in spirit. The lesson of God's fierce, protective faithfulness seared into his soul. He journeyed back toward the Negev, back toward the land of promise, the taste of dust and regret in his mouth, and the unwavering truth that the God who calls is also the God who intervenes, guarding his purposes even from the failures of his chosen. The land could no longer bear them together. The blessing that had followed Abram out of Egypt and back into the hills of Canaan was a tangible, breathing, multiplying force. His flocks of sheep and goats spread across the pastures like a living, bleeding sea, their numbers so vast they seemed to change the color of the hillsides. His herds of cattle lowed in the valleys, their collective breath rising in a warm mist at dawn. The tents of his people dotted the landscape, a small, nomadic city of faith and fortune. And beside him, sharing in the divine favor, was his nephew Lot, whose own herdsmen and flocks had swelled in equal measure. What had begun as a unified household of promise had become a sprawling, competing empire of wool, horn, and hoof. The pastures, once ample, now showed thin and patchy in places, grazed to the root. The water sources, the vital wells and streams, became arenas of tension, where the herdsmen of Abram and the herdsmen of Lot jostled for precedence, their arguments echoing the deeper strife of two prosperities straining against a single land. Abram, the elder, the one to whom the promise had been spoken, felt the friction like a physical ache. He saw the hard glances between the camps, heard the sharp words carried on the wind. This contention between their people was a poison, a discord that threatened to sour the very blessing it sprang from. The promise of the land was for him, but he would not let it be a cause for strife with his own kin, the nephew he had raised and sheltered. He called Lot to a high place, where the wind swept clean and the view was unobstructed. Below them, the land of Canaan stretched in all its variegated beauty, the rolling hills of the central highlands where they stood, and to the east, the deep rift of the Jordan Valley, a lush green gash in the earth, well-watered and dazzling, a place the Lord had not yet destroyed, a garden mirroring the lost Eden itself. With a gesture that encompassed the entire horizon, Abram offered a choice born of profound grace and a faith that trusted in a provision larger than geography. He would not command or claim the best for himself. "Please," he said, his voice calm and certain, "let there be no strife between you and me, nor between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself from me. If you take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if you take the right hand, then I will go to the left." It was an act of relinquishment, a laying down of his rights as patriarch, a stunning demonstration that the promise was secure, not in the land he chose, but in the God who had given it. Lot lifted his eyes and looked. His gaze swept over the western hills, dry and stony, and then eastward to the circle of the Jordan. It was all before him, but his eyes were captured and held by the plain. He saw the deep, perpetual green, the glint of river-fed canals, the rich soil that promised easy grazing and abundant harvests. He saw the cities nestled in that fertile crescent, their walls promising security and their markets commerce. His heart, attuned to the immediate and the visible, was drawn like a moth to a flame. He chose for himself all the circle of the Jordan, a decision that seemed wise, practical, and prosperous. He journeyed east, his herds and his people flowing down from the highlands toward that well-watered paradise, and he settled his tents near the city of Sodom. The men of that place were wicked, great sinners against the Lord, but from a distance, their city gleamed with opportunity, its darkness hidden beneath a veneer of fertility and wealth. Abram watched him go, the dust of Lot's caravan settling on the eastern road. He was alone now, the sole bearer of the promise in the land of Canaan. He turned from the lush spectacle of the valley and looked upon the stony, steadfast hills to which he had been relegated by his nephew's choice. He did not see loss. He saw the faithfulness of the one who had called him. After Lot had separated from him, the word of the Lord came to Abram once more, a reaffirmation that was both comfort and confirmation. "Lift up your eyes," God said, "and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land that you see I will give to you and to your offspring forever." The promise was not limited to a well-watered plain. It was as vast as the horizon, as enduring as the hills on which he stood. His descendants would be as the dust of the earth, uncountable. And so Abram moved his tent, trusting not in the quality of the land, but in the quality of the promise. He came and settled by the oaks of Mamre, which are at Hebron, and there he built an altar to the Lord, a pillar of thanks in a land that was now, by faith, entirely his. The peace of the oaks of Mamre was shattered by the breathless arrival of a fugitive, a man caked in the dust of flight, his eyes wide with the horror of what he had witnessed. He stumbled into Abram's camp, his story tumbling out in ragged gasps. A great war, a clash of rival kings, had erupted in the valley of Siddim, where the 5 cities of the plain, including Sodom and Gomorrah, had served as vassals. The rebellious cities had been defeated, their armies scattered, and their wealth and people carried off as plunder. Among the captives was Lot, Abram's nephew, who had pitched his tent near Sodom and now shared its fate. The news struck Abram with the force of a physical blow. The memory of the boy he had raised, the man who had chosen the lush plain over the stony hills, now a prisoner in chains, ignited a fierce, protective fire in the patriarch's heart. The bond of blood and a lifetime of shared history demanded action. He would not leave his flesh and blood to the mercy of conquering kings. Immediately, Abram became a man of war, his pastoral demeanor hardening into the resolve of a general. He summoned his trained men, those born in his household, 318 seasoned fighters whose loyalty was as unwavering as their skill. He rallied his allies, Mamre the Amorite and his brothers, Eshcol and Aner, who dwelt in the land with him. This small, swift force, a brotherhood bound by covenant and a shared cause, prepared for a desperate pursuit. They armed themselves with the tools of their trade that could become weapons, spears, swords, and slings, their faces set with a grim determination. They were a handful against the armies of 4 victorious kings, but they moved with the confidence of men whose cause was just and whose trust was in a power greater than numbers. They set out, a column of dust and purpose, tracking the sprawling trail of the victorious army northward, following the path of devastation left by the retreating host. For days they pursued, their pace relentless, driving north through the land of Canaan and beyond, past Damascus. They finally caught up with the unsuspecting army at Dan, where the weary conquerors had paused to rest and divide their spoils. Abram did not wait for dawn or devise a complex stratagem. He divided his men, and under the cover of night, he launched a surprise attack from multiple sides. It was not a battle of grand maneuvers, but a swift, brutal raid, a hammer blow of focused fury. The Confederate kings, caught off guard and likely complacent, were thrown into chaos. Abram's men, fighting with the ferocity of those rescuing their own, pressed the attack, driving the disorganized enemy back in a rout that continued past Hobah, north of Damascus. Through the darkness and confusion, Abram's force harried the fleeing army, recovering all the goods and, most importantly, liberating the captives, the men and women of Sodom and Gomorrah, and among them, Lot, his family, and all his possessions, unharmed and restored. The return journey was a triumphal procession, a caravan of reclaimed lives and restored wealth winding its way back toward the cities of the plain. As they approached the valley of Shavi, the King's Valley near Jerusalem, two figures came out to meet them. The first was the king of Sodom, slinking from his hiding place to reclaim the subjects and goods he had failed to protect. But the second was a figure of a different order entirely, Melchizedek, king of Salem. He was a priest of God Most High, a mysterious and majestic presence, who brought out bread and wine. His blessing fell upon Abram like a gentle, refreshing rain, a divine affirmation of the victory. "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth," he declared, his voice resonant with an authority that transcended kings and battles. "And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." In response, a humbled and grateful Abram gave him a tenth of everything, a tithe acknowledging the true source of his triumph. When the king of Sodom offered Abram all the recovered goods, wanting only his people returned, Abram refused, his oath to God unwavering. He would not let the king of Sodom claim the credit for making him rich. The Lord alone, the possessor of heaven and earth, would be his reward. The rescue was complete, a testament not to Abram's military might, but to his faithful reliance on the God who delivered his enemies into his hand. The silence of the night was a vast velvet cloak, embroidered with a brilliance that took the breath away. After the clamor of battle and the tension of diplomacy, Abram stood alone under the oaks of Mamre, the weight of his refusal of Sodom's wealth, a quiet satisfaction in his soul. He had trusted not in plunder, but in the Lord, and a divine discontent now stirred within him, a yearning for the substance of the promise that had drawn him from Haran. Into this quiet hunger, the word of the Lord came to him, not in a vision of marching armies or fertile fields, but in a simple, profound assurance that cut through the darkness of his uncertainty. "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great." The words were a fortress around his heart, a promise that his protection and his portion were not of this world, but were held in the hand of the one who spoke the stars into being. But the silence that followed the promise was filled with the echo of Abram's own reality. The words, "very great reward," felt abstract, almost hollow, when measured against the tangible emptiness of his tent. The promise of descendants, of a nation born from his own flesh, seemed to mock his childless state. The heir of his house was Eliezer of Damascus, a servant, a son not of his blood but of his household. A lament, quiet and raw, escaped his lips, A thought whispered into the starlit air. "O Lord God, what will you give me? For I continue childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus." It was the cry of a man clinging to a divine word with one hand, while the other hand felt only the dust of a barren promise. Then God brought him outside. "Look toward heaven," the voice commanded, "and number the stars, if you are able to number them." Abram lifted his eyes. The night sky was not merely dark. It was a deep, living black, an infinite canvas upon which a billion points of light were scattered in a breathtaking, chaotic order. There were not just hundreds or thousands, but countless specks of fire, some sharp and diamond bright, others soft and hazy, clustered in swirling rivers of light and solitary, distant glimmers. The longer he looked, the more stars emerged, a seemingly endless unveiling of celestial creation, each one a sun, a world, a mystery. The sheer, overwhelming multitude was a physical impossibility to count, a number that defied human comprehension. And into that silent, stellar sermon, God spoke the promise again, making the invisible tangible through the glory of the heavens. "So shall your offspring be." The words were no longer an abstract concept, but were written in light across the dome of the sky. The emptiness of his tent was suddenly filled with the ghostly presence of generations yet unborn, a nation as vast and eternal as the starry host. And Abram believed. In that moment, under the silent witness of a billion suns, his faith reached out and touched the promise. It was not a belief based on evidence or likelihood, for his body was as good as dead, and Sarai's womb was barren. It was a belief in the character of the promiser, a trust that the God who could fashion the cosmos from nothing could surely bring life from his own aged body. He believed the Lord, and in a transaction of divine grace that would echo through all of history, God reckoned it to him as righteousness. His faith, a fragile human yes, whispered into the vastness, was accounted as right standing, a perfect alignment with God's will, more pleasing than any sacrifice or ritual. It was the moment the covenant was sealed not with a ritual, but with a relationship, the foundation of a story of redemption built not on law, but on faith. To cement this belief, God, in a form Abram could perceive, enacted an ancient covenant ritual. He instructed Abram to bring a heifer, a goat, a ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. With a solemn reverence, Abram cut the larger animals in half, laying each piece opposite the other, creating a path of blood and flesh between them. As the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram, and a dreadful and great darkness descended upon him. In that terror, God spoke of the future, of a period of slavery for his descendants in a land not their own, but also of their ultimate deliverance and great possessions. Then, as the darkness held the land in its thrall, a smoking fire pot and a flaming torch, manifestations of the divine presence, passed between the pieces. It was a unilateral covenant. God alone, symbolized by the fire, moved through the path of sacrifice, binding himself by an oath to fulfill the promise, taking the curse of failure upon himself. The Lord made a covenant with Abram that day, promising him the land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates. The stars above were the promise of his seed, the land around him was the promise of his inheritance. And Abram, the righteous believer, slept and woke under the silent watching stars, a man who had nothing but possessed everything, his future secured by the unwavering word and the passing fire of God. A decade of silence stretched across the plains of Canaan, a quiet that felt heavier than the years of wandering. The promise of descendants as numerous as the stars remained a distant, mocking echo in the stillness of Abram's tent. Sarai, her own body a closed womb, watched the seasons turn with a growing, desperate ache. The divine assurance was given to her husband, but its fulfillment seemed to require a key she did not possess. The customs of the land offered a solution, a pragmatic path through the barrier of her barrenness. With a resolve born of long-delayed hope and a touch of human cunning, she went to Abram, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. The Lord had prevented her from bearing children, she reasoned. Perhaps it was time to build the family through another. She presented her Egyptian maidservant Hagar to him, saying, "Go into my servant. It may be that I shall obtain children by her." It was an act of surrender and of taking control, an offering of her own handmaid to become the vessel for the promise. Abram listened to the voice of Sarai, a choice that would weave threads of strife into the tapestry of the covenant. He took Hagar as a wife, and the young Egyptian woman, once a servant, now found her status irrevocably altered. In the quiet of the women's tents, a new dynamic took root. When Hagar conceived, the life growing within her became a tangible, breathing proof of a potential she had never dared to claim. A subtle shift occurred in her bearing. The deference of a servant began to fray, replaced by a quiet, simmering pride. She looked upon her mistress, the barren wife, with a gaze that was no longer downward, and in that look, Sarai saw the erosion of her own position. The hope she had engineered curdled into a bitter jealousy. The household, once united under Abram's faith, now crackled with a silent feminine war. Sarai, her heart wounded, confronted Abram, her words sharp with accusation. "May the wrong done to me be on you. I gave my servant to your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, she looked on me with contempt. May the Lord judge between you and me." Abram, caught in the crossfire of a conflict he had authorized but could not control, sought peace by restoring the old order. He returned the matter to Sarai's authority. "Behold, your servant is in your power. Do to her as you please." It was a decision that prioritized domestic harmony over the dignity of the pregnant Hagar. Sarai, empowered and embittered, dealt harshly with her, her treatment so severe that the young woman could bear it no longer. The tent that had been her shelter became her prison. One morning, as the sun cast long shadows, Hagar fled. She did not take a path toward Egypt, her homeland, but ran into the wilderness, a solitary figure carrying a secret hope and a heart full of despair. The vast, empty landscape a mirror of her own desolation. She came to a spring of water in the wilderness, on the way to shore, and collapsed beside it, her body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The life within her stirred, a reminder of the promise that had become her curse. In that place of utter loneliness, the angel of the Lord found her. His presence was not terrifying, but carried a profound, comforting authority. He called her by name, Hagar, servant of Sarai, acknowledging both her identity and her plight. He asked where she had come from and where she was going, questions that laid bare her aimless flight. He commanded her to return to her mistress and to submit to her, a difficult path of humility. But the command was wrapped in a promise that was for her and her alone. He told her he would surely multiply her offspring, so that they could not be numbered for multitude. He spoke of the son in her womb, a boy she was to name Ishmael, for the Lord had listened to her affliction. He would be a wild donkey of a man, his hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he would dwell over against all his kinsmen. It was a prophecy of a fierce, independent people, a destiny separate from the line of the promise, yet blessed and watched over by God. Hagar, the Egyptian maidservant, was the first person in Scripture to give a name to God. In her awe, she called him El-Roi, the God who sees. For she said, "Truly here I have seen him who looks after me." The spring where she met the divine messenger she named Bir Lahai Roi, the well of the living one who sees me. Fortified by this encounter, by the profound knowledge that she and her unborn son were seen and known, she obeyed. She returned to Abram's household, to the harshness of Sarai, but she carried within her a secret strength, a personal covenant born in the wilderness. In time, Abram, now 86 years old, became a father. Hagar bore him a son, and he named him Ishmael, as the angel had commanded. The laughter of a child finally echoed in the patriarch's tents, a sound of fulfilled longing. Yet it was a laughter that held within it the complicated seeds of a future strife, a reminder that the ways of human impatience often lead to destinations far from the quiet paths of divine promise. The years flowed like a slow, meandering river, carrying Abram and Sarai deeper into the long twilight of their lives. Ishmael, the son of the Egyptian maidservant, was now 13, a sturdy boy whose laughter echoed with the wild, untamed spirit foretold by the angel in the wilderness. He was a comfort, a tangible answer to a decades-long prayer, yet his presence was also a constant, quiet reminder that he was the fruit of a human plan, not the divine promise. The true heir, the child of the covenant, remained a phantom, a hope deferred that made the heart sick. Then, when Abram was 99 years old, the silence of the plains was broken by a voice as familiar as his own breath, and as shattering as the first command that had called him from yore. The Lord appeared to him, his presence a palpable weight of holiness that made the very air tremble. "I am God Almighty," the voice declared, a name, El Shaddai, that spoke of mountainous power and nourishing sufficiency. "Walk before me, and be blameless." The command was followed by a pronouncement that would redefine the very essence of Abram's identity. "Behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of a multitude of nations." And then, the divine voice spoke a new name, a name that would be etched into history. "No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you the father of a multitude of nations." The change was not merely phonetic, it was ontological. He was no longer exalted father, a name that had become a bittersweet irony. He was now father of a multitude, a man defined not by his present circumstance, but by his God-declared future. The covenant was reaffirmed with staggering scope. The land of Canaan would be an everlasting possession, and God would be the God of his offspring after him. But the covenant required a sign, a physical mark of belonging, a seal in the flesh that would set his descendants apart as God's own peculiar treasure. The sign was circumcision, Every male among Abraham's people, whether born in his house or bought with his money, was to be circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. It was to be a sign of the covenant between God and Abraham and his offspring forever. The ritual was to be performed on the 8th day of a boy's life, a permanent, intimate mark that would speak of a holiness woven into the very fabric of their biological lineage. And as a stunning confirmation of the promise yet to be fulfilled, God turned his attention to Sarai. As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. Sarah meant princess, and God promised to bless her and give Abraham a son by her. She would become nations, and kings of peoples would come from her. At this, Abraham fell on his face. But his laughter was not the joyful laughter of faith. It was the incredulous, weary chuckle of a man whose body was as good as dead, and whose wife was decades past the age of childbearing. In the quiet of his heart, he pleaded for Ishmael. Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. It was a desperate grasp at the tangible, a preference for the son he already had over the son who was promised. But God's plan was specific, unyielding, and glorious. No, but Sarah your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. The name meant he laughs, a permanent echo of this very moment of human doubt, transformed into divine promise. God assured him that he would establish his covenant with Isaac, the child of supernatural birth. Yet, in his immense grace, he did not dismiss Ishmael. He heard Abraham's prayer for the boy, and promised to bless him, to make him fruitful and multiply him greatly. He would become a great nation. But the covenant, the line of the promise, would be carried through Isaac. The divine presence withdrew, leaving Abraham alone with the staggering weight of the command and the promise. There was no hesitation this time, no resort to human cunning. That very same day, as God had commanded him, Abraham took his son Ishmael and every male in his household, both those born in his house and those bought with money from a foreigner. He gathered them, his entire world of men and boys, and with a flint knife, he performed the rite of circumcision. He cut the flesh of his own foreskin, a personal act of submission that sealed the covenant in his own body. Then he circumcised Ishmael, his 13-year-old son, binding the wild donkey of a man into the sacred community. Every servant, every herdsman, every slave, all were brought under the knife, their bodies marked with the sign of the promise. The camp was a place of quiet convalescence that day, the air tinged with the metallic scent of blood and the profound solemnity of a people set apart. The laughter of disbelief had been silenced, replaced by the quiet, painful, obedient act of faith, a mark in the flesh that testified to a promise that defied nature and a future secured by the word of El Shaddai. The heat of the day lay heavy upon the plains of Mamre, a thick, shimmering blanket that stilled the air and drove all living things to seek the solace of shade. Abraham sat at the entrance of his tent, his aged frame resting against the sun-warmed goatskin, the quiet rhythm of the afternoon a familiar companion. The great oaks spread their gnarled branches overhead, offering a dappled sanctuary from the relentless sun. His eyes, clouded with years but still sharp with faith, scanned the horizon, a habit born from a lifetime of watching for God's movement. Then he saw them, 3 figures standing at a distance, their forms wavering in the heat haze. They were not the familiar shapes of local herdsmen or traders. There was an unnerving stillness about them, a presence that seemed to gather the light around them. They were men, yet their bearing carried an authority that made the very air around them hum with a silent, potent energy. Abraham's heart, which had beat to the rhythm of divine promises for decades, quickened its pace. He did not know who they were, but he recognized the scent of holiness on the desert wind. With an urgency that belied his years, Abraham rose and ran from the tent entrance to meet them. He did not walk with the dignified pace of a patriarch, but with the hastening steps of a servant, bowing himself to the earth before them. The words that fell from his lips were not a cautious inquiry, but a plea for the privilege of service. "My Lord," he said, his voice rough with reverence, "if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant." He offered them the hospitality of the wilderness, a little water to wash their feet, the shade of a tree to rest beneath, and a morsel of bread to strengthen their hearts. It was a gesture of profound humility, an act of worship disguised as simple courtesy. The men accepted with a quiet nod, their silence more eloquent than any speech. "Do as you have said," was their only reply, a permission that sent Abraham hurrying back to his tent with a fire in his soul. He found Sarah, her hands dusted with flour from her own work, and his words tumbled out in a breathless rush. "Quick, 3 seahs of fine flour. Knead it and make cakes." He himself ran to the herd, his old legs finding a strength he had forgotten, and selected a tender and good calf. He gave it to a young servant, who dressed it with practiced speed. The camp, usually a place of slow, pastoral rhythms, erupted into a flurry of purposeful activity. Curds were brought, milk was poured, and the meat was roasted over a crackling fire. The scent of baking bread and sizzling veal filled the air, a feast prepared not for kings or chieftains, but for 3 mysterious wayfarers who stood under the oaks of Mamre, as if they owned the very ground they stood on. When the food was ready, Abraham brought it out to them, setting it before their feet as they rested beneath the tree. He stood near them, a silent, attentive steward, while they ate. The formality of the meal was a sacred ritual, the breaking of bread a communion that transcended the ordinary. Then, one of them, the one whose presence seemed to hold a particular, concentrated authority, spoke, his voice cutting through the quiet with a question that was really a statement. "Where is Sarah, your wife?" The use of her new God-given name, a name known only to Abraham and the Lord, sent a shiver through the old man. He answered, "She is in the tent." The visitor's gaze seemed to pierce through the woven goat hair walls, seeing the unseen. "I will surely return to you about this time next year," he declared, his words dropping into the stillness like stones into a deep pool. "And Sarah, your wife, shall have a son." Sarah was listening at the tent door, which was behind him. The words struck her not as a promise, but as an absurdity. She was decades past the age of childbearing. The flow of women's life had long since dried up within her. Her body, which had ached with barrenness for 90 years, was now a vessel of quiet resignation. A sound escaped her, a soft, choked exhalation that was not quite a laugh, but the ghost of one, a bitter, inward scoffing at the impossible. "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, shall I have pleasure?" The thought was a defense against a hope that had wounded her too many times before. It was safer to disbelieve, to cloak her heart in the armor of cynicism, than to risk it being broken once more on the rock of a divine joke. But the one who had spoken, the Lord himself in the guise of a man, heard the silent laughter of her heart. He did not address Abraham, but spoke directly to the hidden listener. Why did Sarah laugh and say, "Shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old?" His question was not one of anger, but of gentle, undeniable confrontation. It laid bare the secret chambers of her disbelief. Is anything too hard for the Lord? The words hung in the air, a challenge that unraveled all her carefully constructed defenses. They were not a rebuke, but an invitation to believe in a power that operated beyond the boundaries of nature and time. At the appointed time, he repeated, he would return, and Sarah would have a son. Terror, sharp and cold, washed over Sarah, followed by a hot flush of shame. She had been caught in the act of doubting God to his face. She came out of the tent, her face pale, and denied it, her voice trembling. "I did not laugh," she said, for she was afraid. But the visitor's gaze held her, kind yet unyielding. "No," he corrected softly, "but you did laugh." It was not an accusation but a statement of fact, a loving insistence on truth. He did not condemn her for her laughter. He simply named it, and in naming it began to transform it. The scoffing disbelief that had echoed in the secret place of her heart was now out in the open, exposed to the light of a promise that would not be thwarted by human frailty. And in that moment, as she stood chastened and seen, a fragile, impossible thing began to stir within her, a tiny, tenacious shoot of hope, pushing its way up through the long, fallow ground of her soul, daring to believe that the laugh of derision could yet become the laugh of joy. The two angels, their forms radiating a contained and terrible holiness, arrived in Sodom as evening draped its shadows over the city's wickedness. Lot, sitting in the gate, the place of judgment and commerce, saw them and felt a cold dread pierce his heart. He knew the nature of the men who prowled the streets after dark, their desires a festering wound upon the city's soul. Rising quickly, he met them and bowed with his face to the earth, his voice low and urgent as he implored them to turn aside to his house, to wash their feet and spend the night, departing early to continue their journey. He recognized them not as mere travelers, but as beings whose presence was a catalyst for either salvation or doom. At first, they refused, insisting they would spend the night in the square. But Lot's pleas were so fervent, his fear for them so palpable, that they relented and entered his home. He prepared a feast for them, unleavened bread baked in haste, but before they could lie down to rest, the house was surrounded. The men of the city, both young and old, all the people from every quarter, closed in on the house. Their voices rose in a clamorous, brutish chorus, demanding that Lot bring out the visitors so they might know them, their intent a violation that stripped away any pretense of civility. Lot, his heart hammering against his ribs, went out to them, shutting the door carefully behind him, a fragile barrier between the mob and the holy ones within. He tried to reason with the seething crowd, calling them "my brothers," in a desperate attempt to appeal to some remnant of humanity, begging them not to act so wickedly. In a shocking, misguided act of sacrifice, he even offered his own 2 virgin daughters to the mob, a testament to how deeply the city's corrupt values had seeped into his own conscience, prioritizing the law of hospitality to divine guests over the safety of his own flesh and blood. The crowd's response was a surge of contempt and violence. They accused him of playing the judge and threatened to treat him worse than they would the visitors. They pressed in against him, forcing him back against the door, their hands reaching to break it down. But the angels inside acted swiftly. They reached out, pulled Lot back into the safety of the house, and shut the door. Then, with a touch of divine power, they struck the men at the door with blindness, both small and great, so that they wore themselves out, groping for the door they could no longer see. The clamor outside faded into a confused and futile groaning, a fitting portrait of a people whose moral vision had long been extinguished. The angels then revealed their mission to Lot. They demanded to know if he had anyone else in the city, sons-in-law, sons, daughters, or any who belonged to him, and commanded him to bring them out of this place. The Lord had sent them, they said, to destroy it. Lot went out and spoke to the men who were pledged to marry his daughters, his words frantic with warning. "Up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was jesting. His words, spoken from a life of compromised residency in Sodom, carried no weight of conviction. They saw only the ramblings of a frightened old man, and the laughter in their eyes was the final seal on the city's fate. As dawn began to tinge the eastern sky with a pale, sickly light, the angels urged a lingering Lot to action. They seized him, his wife, and his 2 daughters by the hand, the Lord being merciful to him, and brought them safely outside the city. One of them spoke, his voice charged with finality. "Escape for your life. Do not look back or stop anywhere in the valley. Escape to the hills, lest you be swept away." But Lot, his spirit cowed by years of comfortable living in the plain, pleaded for a smaller mercy. The hills seemed too far, too exposed. He feared disaster would overtake him before he reached them. He begged to flee instead to a little city nearby, that it might be a small thing and his life would be saved. The angel agreed, granting this one concession, and named the city Zoar, meaning little, as a refuge. "Behold, I grant you this favor too," the angel said, "that I will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken. Escape there quickly, for I can do nothing till you arrive there." The sun had risen upon the earth when Lot entered Zoar, a pale, indifferent eye witnessing the final act. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. It was not a natural volcanic eruption, but a cataclysm of divine origin, a storm of holy wrath. The sky itself seemed to tear open, vomiting forth a torrent of burning brimstone that fell upon the cities, the entire valley, all its inhabitants, and everything that grew from the ground. The air filled with a searing heat and the acrid stench of combustion. The earth groaned as the foundations of wickedness were consumed in a conflagration that turned the lush, well-watered plain into a smoking wasteland, a perpetual memorial of judgment. Lot's wife, however, lagged behind. The command echoed in her ears, but a deeper, more powerful pull tugged at her soul, a longing for the life she was leaving, for the home, the possessions, the memories that were being incinerated behind her. It was not a mere glance of curiosity, but a profound, disobedient turning of her whole being back toward the past. In that moment of frozen nostalgia, as she looked back toward the doomed city, she became a pillar of salt. Her body, caught in the supernatural fallout of the destruction, underwent a swift and terrible transformation, her form crystallizing into a pale, solitary monument on the plain, a stark and eternal warning against the peril of clinging to a world under God's judgment. From a distance, Abraham rose early in the morning and went to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the valley, and he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land went up like the smoke of a furnace. The intercession was over, the judgment was complete. The silence that greeted him was the silence of a finished work. Meanwhile, Lot, terrified by the destruction, found no lasting peace even in the little city of Zoar. He went up out of Zoar and lived in the hills with his 2 daughters, dwelling in a cave, a broken man in a broken world, saved by mercy but stripped of everything but his life, and the 2 girls who were now his entire diminished world. The fire had purified the plain, but the scars of Sodom would linger for generations, a dark smudge on the edge of the promised land. The long-awaited promise, which had seemed as distant and impossible as the stars in their courses, finally ripened in the quiet, hidden sanctuary of Sarah's aged body. In the fullness of time, as the Lord had spoken beneath the oaks of Mamre, the divine word took root in barren flesh. A flutter, a quickening began deep within her, a sensation so foreign and miraculous, it stole the breath from her lungs. The God who had formed Adam from dust and Eve from a rib, was now knitting together a new life in a womb that had been a tomb of hope for 90 years. The seasons turned, and Sarah's body, long resigned to the quiet rhythms of age, swelled with a life that defied nature. Her hands, often resting on the curve of her belly, trembled not with frailty, but with a disbelieving wonder. The promise was no longer a voice on the wind or a laugh in the dark. It was a living, moving presence within her, a secret joy that grew with each passing moon. When her time to give birth arrived, there was no panic, only a profound, hushed expectancy that settled over the encampment. The pains of childbirth, multiplied as a consequence of the ancient transgression in Eden, were upon her, yet they were endured with a purpose that transformed the agony. In the seclusion of the women's tent, surrounded by the soft, knowing hands of her attendants, Sarah brought forth a son. His first cry pierced the air, a strong, healthy wail that was the most beautiful sound Abraham had ever heard, a sound that shattered a lifetime of waiting. The news was carried to him, and the old man, his face a roadmap of faith and patience, felt the weight of a century lift from his shoulders. The child was brought to him, swaddled in soft linens, his face pink and perfect, a tiny, breathing answer to a divine covenant. And Sarah, holding her son, felt the laughter that had once been a scoff of disbelief well up from a new, deep spring within her soul. It was a laughter of pure, unadulterated joy, a sound so bright and clear, it seemed to cleanse the very air. "God has made laughter for me," she declared, her voice thick with tears of happiness. "Everyone who hears will laugh over me." The name they had been given now became a living reality. They called him Isaac, he laughs. His name was a permanent testament to the moment of human doubt, and the divine power that had transformed it into a punchline of grace. The laughter that now filled their tent was not the bitter chuckle of cynicism, but the resonant, joyful music of a promise kept, a melody that would echo through the generations. In faithful obedience to the covenant established before Isaac's conception, when the boy was 8 days old, Abraham took the flint knife and performed the rite of circumcision. It was a solemn, tender act, the marking of this child of promise with the sign of God's everlasting covenant. The brief pain was a seal upon the miraculous life, a physical reminder that Isaac was set apart, the chosen line through which the blessings to all the families of the earth would flow. As the child healed, the household of Abraham was filled with a new and different spirit. The quiet tension that had lingered around Ishmael and his mother, Hagar, was overshadowed by the radiant focus on this miraculous son. The heir had arrived, not through human contrivance, but through divine fiat, and his every gurgle, every grasping of a tiny hand, was a celebration of the faithfulness of the God who sees, who hears, and who, in his own perfect time, brings forth laughter from the barren places of the world. The laughter that had filled Abraham's tent since Isaac's birth was suddenly silenced by a voice that cut through the years of joy like a cold blade. It was the voice of God, the same that had called him from yore, promised him stars for descendants, and sealed a covenant in his flesh. But this time, the command it carried was a contradiction of every promise that had come before. "Take your son," the voice said, its clarity absolute, its requirement terrifying, "your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you." The words hung in the air, a divine paradox that threatened to unravel the old man's soul. The son of the promise, the child of laughter, was to be given back, not by the slow decay of age, but by the swift, obedient stroke of a knife. The command demanded the sacrifice of the very future God himself had sworn to secure. A profound and terrible stillness descended upon Abraham. He did not plead as he had for Sodom. He did not laugh in disbelief as he had at the promise of this son's birth. In the deep, silent chambers of his faith, a choice was made: to trust the promiser even when the promise seemed to be revoked. Before the first light of dawn could betray the grief in his eyes, he rose and began his preparations. The wood for the burnt offering was selected and split, each piece a weight of impending doom. He saddled his donkey and called 2 of his young men to accompany him. Lastly, he went to Isaac, the boy whose trusting face was the mirror of his mother's joy and the seal of God's covenant. He did not speak of the journey's purpose, only of a journey to worship. The 3-day trek to the land of Moriah was a walk through a nightmare, each step a hammer blow on the anvil of his faith. The laughter of the past 20 years now a hollow echo in a heart being prepared for a silence more profound than any he had known. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place, a distant, stark mountain against the sky. He turned to the young men, his voice unnaturally calm. "Stay here with the donkey," he instructed. "I and the boy will go over there and worship, and we will come again to you." The words were a confession of faith wrestled from the jaws of despair. "We will come again." He believed that even from the ashes of his obedience, God could raise the promise back to life. He laid the wood of the burnt offering on Isaac's strong young shoulders, while he himself carried the fire and the knife. The 2 of them walked on together, father and son, up the lonely slope, the only sound the crunch of their feet on the stony path, and the rustle of the burden wood. Then Isaac, His innocence, a sharp counterpoint to his father's anguish, broke the silence. "My father," he said, "behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" The question was a lance through Abraham's heart, a moment of excruciating tension where the horror of the act met the simplicity of the boy's trust. The old man's reply was a masterpiece of faith and sorrow, a prophecy wrapped in a desperate hope. "God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son." And the two of them walked on together, the unspoken truth a chasm between them, bridged only by the father's staggering trust and the son's unknowing compliance. They came to the place of which God had told him. With a methodical, heartbreaking deliberateness, Abraham built the altar there, stone upon stone, each one a monument to his obedience. He laid the wood in order, the structure a pyre for his deepest love and his brightest hope. Then he bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. The boy's eyes, wide with dawning terror and confusion, met his father's, which were filled with a resolution that looked like madness and felt like death. Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slaughter his son. The glint of the blade was the final surrender, the absolute end of the promise in the physical realm. But the voice of the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham!" The cry was urgent, a divine interruption at the very precipice of the irreversible. "Do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him," the voice commanded, the tension snapping like a severed cord. "For now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." The test was over. The faith that had been a quiet, patient trust through decades of waiting had been proven in the fire of ultimate sacrifice. It was a faith that held nothing back, not even the son of the promise. Abraham lifted his eyes, and there, caught in a thicket by its horns, was a ram. It was a substitute, a provision prepared by God in the hidden workings of the mountain. He went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering in place of his son. The crackle of the fire and the scent of the burning flesh were no longer the smell of death, but the aroma of life and substitution, a powerful foreshadowing of a grace that would one day provide the ultimate lamb. Abraham called the name of that place, "The Lord will provide," a name that would echo through the generations as a testament to the God who tests the deepest loyalties of the heart. Not to destroy, but to reveal and redeem, and who, in the end, always provides a way through the thicket of our own obedience and despair. The laughter that had defined their lives for so long finally faded, leaving behind a silence that was profound and absolute. Sarah's last breath was a soft sigh in the tent at Hebron, a gentle exhalation that carried with it the memory of 1,000 joys and sorrows, the culmination of 127 years of a life woven intricately into the tapestry of God's promise. The woman who had been a princess to nations, whose disbelief had been transformed into the most profound joy, now lay still. The vibrant spirit that had once scoffed in the shadows and later laughed in the sunlight was gone, leaving her aged form as quiet and empty as a discarded shell. The news traveled through the camp like a cold wind, stilling the daily bustle, muting the sounds of the flocks and the voices of the servants. The heart of their community, the mother of the promised line, had been stilled. Abraham came to her, his steps slow and heavy, the weight of his years and his grief pressing down upon him like a physical burden. He stood over the form of his wife, the companion of his wanderings, the sharer of his covenant. He saw not the wrinkled face of an old woman, but the beautiful Sarai of yore, the beleaguered wife in Egypt, the listening woman at the tent door, the radiant mother holding their miracle son. The memories washed over him, a tide of shared history that made the present emptiness all the more acute. He mourned for her, his sorrow a deep private well that none could fully plumb. The scriptures would later note simply that Abraham went in to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her, a testament to a love that had endured a century of waiting, testing, and fulfillment. His was not a loud, demonstrative grief, but a quiet, consuming sorrow that settled in the lines of his face and the stoop of his shoulders. When the first sharp edge of his mourning had passed, Abraham rose from beside his wife's body. There was a sacred duty to perform, a final act of love and honor. He was a sojourner in the land of Canaan, a resident alien with no ancestral burial ground. Sarah could not be laid to rest in the transient soil of a campsite. She required a permanent possession, a plot of earth that would belong to her and her descendants forever. He went to the people of the land, the sons of Heth, and stood before them at the gate of their city. His address was respectful, his demeanor that of a grieving patriarch, yet there was a firmness in his request. "I am a sojourner and foreigner among you," he said. "Give me property among you for a burying place, that I may bury my dead out of my sight." The sons of Heth, recognizing his stature and his sorrow, responded with the highest courtesy. "Hear us, my lord," they said. "You are a prince of God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will withhold from you his tomb to hinder you from burying your dead." It was a generous offer, but Abraham had a specific, spirit-led purpose. He rose and bowed to the people of the land, honoring their custom, and then made his request precise. He asked them to intercede for him with Ephron the son of Zohar, that he might give him the cave of Machpelah, which was at the end of his field. He insisted on paying the full price for it in their presence, so that it would become his own possession for a burying place. Ephron was sitting among the Hittites, and he answered Abraham in the hearing of all who went in at the gate of his city. "No, my lord, hear me," he said, with the public magnanimity of Eastern bargaining. "I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the sight of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead." But Abraham understood the ritual. He bowed again before the people of the land, and addressed Ephron so all could hear. "If you will, please hear me," he pressed. "I will give the price of the field. Accept it from me, that I may bury my dead there." He would not accept it as a gift. It must be a legal, paid-for transaction, a foothold of promise in the land. Ephron named his price, a sum of 400 shekels of silver, adding, "What is that between you and me? Bury your dead." It was a significant amount, but Abraham did not haggle. The value was not in the silver, but in the permanence the purchase would confer. Before the witnesses, he weighed out the silver to Ephron, the heavy, clinking coins passing from his hand as a solemn seal on the contract. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, east of Mamre, the field with the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, throughout its whole area, was made over to Abraham as a possession in the presence of the Hittites, before all who went in at the gate of his city. The first parcel of the promised land was not a city or a kingdom, but a burial plot, a quiet acre of death that held within it the seed of a glorious, living inheritance. The business concluded, Abraham turned to the final tender task. He returned to his tent and to Sarah. He and his servants prepared her body with the care and reverence due to a matriarch. Then they carried her to the cave of Machpelah, the dark, cool mouth in the limestone hill that was now his own. The procession was a small, somber affair, a stark contrast to the joyful gatherings that had celebrated Isaac's birth. With his own hands, aided by his faithful son and his servants, Abraham laid Sarah to rest in the cave of the field at Machpelah, facing Mamre, that is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. The stone was rolled to seal the entrance, a final physical barrier between the living and the dead. The laughter was gone, swallowed by the quiet of the tomb. But the promise remained, its roots now sunk deep into the purchased soil of Canaan, waiting for the day when it would blossom into a nation from the seed of the son she had left behind. Abraham was now old, advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed him in all things. The memory of Sarah's laughter and her quiet presence in the tent was a lingering sweetness tinged with sorrow, a void that even the fulfillment of the promise could not entirely fill. He saw his son Isaac, the quiet, contemplative man of the fields, walking alone in the evening, his thoughts turned inward, his heart still tender from the loss of his mother. The great covenant, the starry host of descendants, depended on this son, and he remained unmarried, a solitary branch on the family tree. Abraham knew, with a certainty born of long experience with the divine will, that Isaac's wife must not come from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom he dwelt. Their ways, their gods, would be a snare, a corruption of the sacred line. The promise required a purity of lineage, a woman from his own kindred, from the land of his father's household, who understood the call of the one God. He summoned his oldest servant, the manager of all that he had, a man whose loyalty was as steadfast as the hills of Hebron. Placing a hand on the servant's shoulder, Abraham extracted a solemn oath, his voice low and urgent. "Put your hand under my thigh," he commanded, invoking the most sacred of bonds, the sign of the covenant in his own flesh. "Swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell, but will go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son Isaac." The servant, his face grave with the weight of the commission, asked what he should do if the woman was unwilling to follow him to this far-off land. Should he then take Isaac back to the country from which Abraham had come? The patriarch's answer was swift and fierce, his faith a blazing torch. "See to it that you do not take my son back there. The Lord, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke to me and swore to me, to your offspring I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there." The promise was anchored in Canaan. To leave it would be to doubt the God who had given it. The servant, understanding the absolute nature of the charge, placed his hand under Abraham's thigh and swore the oath. The servant prepared for the long journey with meticulous care. He chose 10 of his master's camels, loading them with all sorts of choice gifts from Abraham's bounty, a treasure trove to serve as a bride price, and a testament to the wealth and standing of the family. Then, with a small retinue of men, he set out, leaving the oaks of Mamre behind, and traveling the long dusty road north and east, toward the city of Nahor in Mesopotamia. The journey was a passage through memory and prophecy, retracing in part the steps Abraham had taken decades before, in obedience to God's call. For days they traveled, the landscape shifting from the hills of Canaan to the vast open plains, the camel's steady, swaying gait, a rhythm of patient purpose under the wide, watchful sky. They arrived at their destination in the evening, as the women of the city were coming out to draw water from the well. The air was soft with the fading light, and the sound of their voices and the clatter of their jars was a peaceful domestic music. The servant, weary from his journey, stopped his camels by the well outside the city. His heart was a knot of prayer, the weight of his oath heavy upon him. He had not come on his own errand, but on the business of heaven. He needed a sign, a clear, unmistakable indication from the God of his master Abraham. He knelt by the well, his prayer a silent, fervent plea. "O Lord, God of my master Abraham, please grant me success today and show steadfast love to my master Abraham. Behold, I am standing by the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. Let the young woman to whom I shall say, 'Please let down your jar that I may drink,' and who shall say, 'Drink, and I will water your camels also,' let her be the one whom you have appointed for your servant Isaac. By this I shall know that you have shown steadfast love to my master." Before the words of his prayer had fully faded from his thoughts, a young woman approached, her water jar balanced gracefully on her shoulder. She was Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, who was the son of Milcah, the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. Her appearance was striking, a vision of vitality and grace, and she was a virgin. No man had known her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up. The servant ran to meet her, his heart pounding with a hope he dared not voice. "Please give me a little water to drink from your jar," he said, his voice rough with dust and expectation. Her response was immediate and generous, her eyes kind. "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered her jar to her hand and gave him a drink. When she had finished giving him a drink, she added, "I will draw water for your camels also, until they have finished drinking." It was the exact sign, spoken and acted out with a willing heart. The servant stood in silent wonder, watching her as she hurried back to the well to draw water for the 10 thirsty camels. It was no small task. A camel can drink many gallons after a long journey. She worked with an untiring energy, pouring jar after jar into the stone trough, her movements efficient and graceful, her commitment to this act of extravagant hospitality a testament to her character. The servant did not speak, letting the moment confirm the divine hand at work. When the camels had finished drinking, he took a gold ring weighing half a shekel and 2 bracelets for her arms, weighing 10 gold shekels. He presented them to her, his voice filled with a reverent awe. "Please tell me whose daughter you are. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor." The names were a confirmation, a direct link to Abraham's own family. She added that they had plenty of both straw and fodder and room to spend the night. Overwhelmed, the servant bowed his head and worshipped the Lord, praising the God of his master Abraham, who had led him by the right way to the house of his master's kinsman. Rebekah ran and told her mother's household about these things. Her brother Laban, seeing the ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and hearing her words, ran out to the man at the spring. He found him still standing by the camels at the spring, and welcomed him with the formal hospitality of the East. "Come in, O blessed of the Lord," he said. "Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." The servant entered the house, and Laban unharnessed the camels and gave them straw and fodder. Water was brought to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. But before he would eat, the servant insisted on telling his story. He recounted everything: Abraham's wealth, the birth of Isaac, the oath, his prayer at the well, and the miraculous, precise fulfillment in Rebekah. He presented the rich gifts of jewelry and garments of silver and gold, not as a bribe, but as evidence of the divine favor and the seriousness of his mission. He concluded with the crucial question, posed not as a demand, but as a submission to God's will. "Now then, if you are going to show steadfast love and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left." Laban and Bethuel, hearing the story, could not deny the hand of God in the matter. "The thing has come from the Lord," they said. "We cannot speak to you bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has spoken." When Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth before the Lord. Then he brought out more jewelry of silver and of gold, and fine garments, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave to her brother and to her mother costly ornaments. Only then did he and the men who were with him eat and drink, a celebration of a covenant connection restored, and a destiny secured. The next morning, the servant was eager to return, his mission accomplished. "Send me away to my master," he urged. But Rebekah's brother and mother pleaded for a delay. "Let the young woman remain with us a while, at least 10 days. After that she may go." But the servant, conscious of the divine urgency that had guided his entire journey, refused. "Do not delay me," he said, "since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master." They decided to put the question to Rebekah herself. They called her and asked, "Will you go with this man?" Her answer was simple, decisive, and born of the same faith that had guided her to the well. She looked at the servant, at the camels prepared for the journey, and toward the unknown future in a distant land. "I will go," she said. It was a choice that would sever her from her family and her home, a leap into the purpose of God as definitive as Abraham's own departure from Haran. Guided by a faith that trusted the story she had been told, and the God who had orchestrated it, she agreed to go. They sent away Rebekah their sister and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah, their words a prophecy over her life. "Our sister, may you become thousands of 10,000s, and may your offspring possess the gate of those who hate him." Then Rebekah and her young women arose and rode on the camels, following the man. The servant, his heart full of thanksgiving, took Rebekah and went his way, leading the small caravan back toward the south, toward the Negev, toward the man who waited in the field of promise, a man whose lonely vigil was about to be comforted by the arrival of a wife chosen not by chance, but by the unmistakable and faithful hand of God. The evening sun cast long golden fingers across the fields of the Negev, painting the quiet landscape in hues of amber and dust. Isaac had walked out into the open country to meditate, a solitary figure moving with a slow, contemplative grace. His heart, still tender from the recent silence in his mother's tent, carried a quiet ache, a space that the vastness of the sky and the patient turning of the seasons could not fill. He was a man of the quiet places, his spirit more attuned to the whisper of the wind through the barley than to the clamor of men. As he walked, his thoughts were a prayer, a wordless lifting of his loneliness to the God of his father, the God who had provided the ram in the thicket and the laughter in his mother's arms. The memory of Moriah was a scar and a salvation, a testament to a faith that demanded everything and a grace that gave it all back. It was in this state of pensive solitude that he lifted his eyes and saw the slow, dust-plumed approach of a caravan. The camels moved with a weary, swaying rhythm, their long shadows stretching toward him like pointing fingers. He recognized the lead servant, the steadfast manager of his father's house, but his gaze was drawn to the figure riding among the others. A young woman, veiled against the journey's grime, her posture erect, yet graceful. As they drew nearer, Rebekah too looked up from the monotonous horizon and saw the man walking in the field to meet them. There was a stillness about him, a depth in his gaze that even from a distance felt like a haven. A question, silent and urgent, formed in her heart. She turned to the servant, her voice a soft murmur. "Who is that man walking in the field to meet us?" The servant's face broke into a smile of profound relief and joy. "It is my master," he said, his voice thick with emotion. In that moment, the long journey, the prayer at the well, the weight of the oath, all of it converged into this single, peaceful meeting under the vast, darkening sky. Hearing this, Rebekah took her veil and covered herself, a gesture of modesty and transition, a symbolic closing of her old life and an opening to the new. She alighted from the camel with a fluid, unhurried motion, her feet touching the soil of the land that was to be her home. The servant recounted to Isaac all the things that he had done, the story of the divine guidance, the answered prayer, the willing faith of the young woman from Nahor. Isaac listened, his eyes moving from the servant's earnest face to the veiled figure of the woman who had traveled so far on the strength of a story and a sign. He did not see her face, but he saw her courage, her obedience, a mirror of the faith that had defined his own father's life. He took her, this stranger who was his God-appointed companion, and brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah. The space, which had been filled with a palpable absence, now received a new presence. The lingering scent of his mother's life was gently displaced by the fragrance of a new beginning. Rebekah entered not as a replacement but as a fulfillment, the next chapter in the story of the promise. And she became his wife. In the quiet intimacy of that tent, under the same stars that had witnessed God's covenant with his father, Isaac loved her. It was a love that grew not from the fiery passion of youth, but from the deep, fertile soil of shared destiny and divine provision. In her he found a comfort so profound, it soothed the raw edges of his grief, a companionship that turned his loneliness into a shared silence, a partnership that would carry the weight of the future. The loss of his mother was a sorrow that would never fully leave him, but Rebekah's presence was the balm that made the sorrow bearable, a living, breathing comfort from the Lord. They dwelt together in the Negev, their lives settling into the gentle rhythms of the land. Their love was a quiet force, growing not with loud declarations, but with the steady, patient accumulation of shared days and silent understandings. It was in the way he would look up from his work to find her watching him, her eyes holding a quiet strength, in the way she learned the patterns of his solitude, and knew when to speak and when to let the silence be. They built a life in the shadow of the great promise, their union a living thread in the tapestry God was weaving. The laughter that had once defined the camp with Isaac's birth was now a quieter, more profound joy, a deep and abiding contentment that flowed between them like a hidden spring, watering the roots of their shared future and preparing the ground for the generations that were to come. The promise that had blossomed with Isaac's miraculous birth now stirred with a new, tumultuous life within Rebekah's womb. The joy of her marriage, the comfort she had brought to Isaac, was overshadowed by a fierce and unsettling struggle that made her body a battlefield. The children fought and wrestled within her, their conflict so violent it felt as though her very soul was being torn in two. The peaceful rhythms of the Negev were shattered by this internal war, a foreboding sign that the legacy she carried was not one of simple unity, but of profound and destined strife. In her distress, she went to inquire of the Lord, seeking an answer for the chaos churning inside her. The divine response was a prophecy that cut through her pain with chilling clarity. 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other, the older shall serve the younger. The words were a map of a conflicted future, a reversal of the natural order written in the secret language of her body before either son had drawn breath. When her time came, the struggle culminated in a dramatic birth. The first to emerge was ruddy and covered entirely with a thick coat of hair, as if he were a tiny, wild creature of the field. They named him Esau, a name that evoked his rough, earthy appearance. Immediately following, his brother was born, his hand grasping firmly onto Esau's heel, a gesture of tenacity and rivalry from the very first moment of life. He was smooth-skinned, his body a stark contrast to his brother's hirsute form, and they named him Jacob, meaning, he takes by the heel, or he supplants. From their first breaths, their natures were declared. Esau grew into a rugged man of the open country, a skillful hunter whose home was the vast, untamed wilderness, his scent the rich aroma of soil, sweat, and the hunt. He was his father's favorite, a man of immediate appetites and simple pleasures, whose presence brought Isaac the taste of wild game and the comfort of tradition. Jacob, however, was a quiet man, dwelling in tents. His world was one of calculated order and patient strategy, his mind attuned to the subtleties of the herd, the patterns of trade, and the quiet dynamics of the household. He was the favorite of his mother, Rebekah, who remembered the divine prophecy and saw in her younger son the cunning and resolve that the promised destiny would require. The brothers, though twins, were opposites in spirit and calling, their divergent paths a living embodiment of the conflict that had begun in the womb. The camp was subtly divided, not by walls, but by affection and expectation, a quiet tension simmering beneath the surface of their daily lives, waiting for the spark that would ignite the foretold division. That spark came on a day when Jacob was at home, preparing a stew of red lentils, its savory scent a small domestic comfort. Esau returned from the field, exhausted and ravenous, the relentless hunt having drained him of all strength. The aroma of the stew was a physical torment, a promise of immediate satisfaction that overwhelmed all other considerations. He saw Jacob, the quiet brother with the simmering pot, and his request was a raw plea of need. "Let me eat some of that red stew, for I am exhausted." Jacob, ever the strategist, saw not a brother in distress, but an opportunity. The moment he had perhaps long awaited had arrived, delivered by Esau's own impulsive need. His response was calm, deliberate, a transaction offered in the language of the hunter's desperation. "Sell me your birthright now." The birthright was no small thing. It was the privilege of the firstborn, a double portion of the family inheritance and the spiritual leadership of the clan. It was the conduit of the covenant blessing God had given to Abraham and Isaac. But to Esau, faint with hunger, these future abstract honors were as weightless as dust. The gnawing emptiness in his belly was the only reality. His reply was a dismissal of his own destiny, a cry of contempt for the promise he was born to carry. "I am about to die. Of what use is a birthright to me?" In that moment of physical craving, the eternal was bartered for the temporary, the sacred for the profane. He swore an oath, selling his birthright to Jacob, the transaction sealed not with a handshake, but with a bowl of stew and some bread. He ate and drank, his hunger sated, his body restored, and then he rose and went his way. The scripture notes with stark simplicity that he despised his birthright. The stew had filled his stomach, but it had emptied his future, a fateful meal that foreshadowed a discord as deep and enduring as the prophecy that had preceded their birth. The scent of simmering lentils and cumin wove through the quiet of the tent, a humble, earthy fragrance that spoke of domestic routine and patient labor. Jacob knelt by the fire, his movements deliberate and precise as he stirred the thick red stew in the bronze pot. His was a world of measured things, the exact count of the flock, the careful balance of a trade, the slow, simmering transformation of raw ingredients into sustenance. The quiet crackle of the fire and the soft bubble of the pot were the only sounds in his mother's tent, a sanctuary of strategy and waiting, a stark contrast to the vast, untamed wilderness that was his brother's domain. In Jacob's stillness, there was a profound anticipation. He was a man who understood the value of things not yet possessed, the weight of a promise whispered before birth, and the patient art of seizing the pivotal moment when it finally, inevitably, arrived. That moment came crashing into the camp's tranquility with the heavy, stumbling footfalls of exhaustion. Esau returned from the field, his body a testament to the brutal demands of the hunt. The smell of sweat, blood, and open air clung to him, and his massive frame seemed to sag with a weariness that went bone deep. His eyes, usually sharp and focused on the horizon, were glazed with a primal hunger, a raw need that obliterated all other considerations. The aroma of Jacob's stew struck him with the force of a physical blow, a tantalizing promise of immediate salvation from the gnawing void in his belly. He saw his brother, cool and composed by the fire, and his request was a guttural plea, stripped of all fraternal grace. "Let me eat some of that red stew, for I am exhausted." Jacob did not look up immediately. He gave the stew one final slow stir, letting the tension of the request hang in the air between them. When he finally lifted his gaze, His eyes held no pity for his brother's state, only a cool, calculating clarity. This was the intersection foretold in their mother's womb, the clash of the immediate and the eternal. His voice, when it came, was calm, almost casual, yet each word was carefully placed, a trap baited with the scent of food. "Sell me your birthright now." The words were not a question, but a proposition, an offer to trade the intangible weight of destiny for the tangible comfort of a filled stomach. To Esau, drowning in the immediacy of his need, the birthright was a phantom, a meaningless abstraction. The promise of a double portion, the spiritual mantle of the firstborn, the covenant blessing of Abraham, all of it dissolved before the overwhelming reality of his hunger. The future held no currency here, only the present moment, red and steaming in the pot, held any value. A look of contempt, swift and unthinking, crossed his face. "I am about to die," he grunted, the words a dismissal of his own heritage. "Of what use is a birthright to me?" In that single, reckless sentence, he bartered away his legacy, spurning the sacred for the profane, the everlasting for the ephemeral. He swore an oath to Jacob, a binding vow spoken in the language of desperation, sealing the transaction that would divide their paths forever. Only then did Jacob move. He served the stew, ladling the thick red mixture into a bowl, and gave it to his brother with a piece of bread. Esau took it and ate with a ravenous, single-minded intensity, the food a mere fuel to quiet the rebellion in his body. He drank, the simple act of swallowing washing away the faintness, restoring the strength to his limbs. The hunger was sated, the exhaustion momentarily held at bay. He rose, the empty bowl discarded, and went on his way, his thoughts already returning to the field, to the next hunt, the next immediate need. He gave no further thought to the oath, to the birthright he had so casually despised. The transaction was complete. The stew had filled his stomach, but it had emptied his future, a fateful division sealed not with a clash of arms, but with a quiet meal and a despised inheritance, the stolen birthright now resting in the patient, cunning hands of the younger son. The twilight of Isaac's life was a world of shadows and memory, a gradual dimming where the vibrant colors of the promised land had faded to a perpetual smoky gray. His eyes, which had once beheld the ram in the thicket, and the face of his beloved Rebekah, were now clouded over, their sight extinguished by the relentless accumulation of years. He was an old man, adrift in the darkness of his own tent, his world defined by the scents of the field, the texture of his garments, and the familiar voices of his household. The one tangible pleasure left to him was the taste of the wild game brought by his favored son Esau, the savory, robust flavor, a gustatory memory of the open spaces he could no longer see. It was this craving, this last connection to the vitality of the world outside, that prompted him to call for his firstborn. His voice, thin and rasping, carried the weight of a final, solemn duty. He wished to bestow his blessing, the spoken, irrevocable mantle of his authority and the covenant's inheritance, upon the son whose earthy strength and simple appetites mirrored his own understanding of a patriarch. Rebekah, listening just beyond the flap of the tent, heard the old man's words with a heart that beat like a trapped bird. The prophecy spoken to her so long ago, of the older serving the younger, echoed in her mind, a divine decree that now clashed with the traditions of man. She saw the path Isaac was about to take, a path that would place the blessing on the wrong head, defying the oracle that had accompanied her son's violent struggle in her womb. Fear and a fierce, protective resolve seized her. The promise could not be allowed to slip away through the sentimental blindness of an old man. Moving with a swift, silent urgency, she found Jacob, the quiet son of the tents, and laid out her audacious plan. The deception was intricate, a tapestry of lies woven from the very fabric of their domestic life. She would prepare the savory dish Isaac craved, but Jacob would bring it, his smooth hands disguised by the rough hide of young goats, his neck and arms smelling of the field, a perfect imitation of his brother's essence. Jacob's hesitation was a flicker of pragmatism in the face of his mother's zeal. The risk was immense. His father, though blind, was not without perception. His hands would discern the truth, and the discovery of such a fraud would bring not a blessing, but a curse, branding Jacob as a deceiver in the most contemptible manner. But Rebekah's determination was a force of nature, her faith in the prophecy a shield against all doubt. She absorbed the potential curse onto herself, her words a desperate incantation. "Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice." With her assurance as his armor, Jacob acquiesced. The plan was set in motion. Rebekah took the choice garments of Esau, which were with her in the tent, and put them on Jacob. The rich, outdoor scent of her elder son clung to the fabric, a crucial layer of the disguise. Then she took the skins of the young goats and put them on his hands, and on the smooth part of his neck. The transformation was complete. The quiet son of the tents now carried the feel and the smell of the rugged hunter. He went to his father, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs, the goatskin rough and alien on his smooth skin. "My father," he said, and the old man's blind face turned toward the sound. "Here I am," Isaac replied, his voice laced with a faint suspicion. "Who are you, my son?" The moment of truth had arrived. Jacob, his voice a practiced imitation of confidence, spoke the lie that would fracture his family. "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Now sit up and eat of my game, that your soul may bless me." Isaac's doubt lingered. "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" Jacob's answer was a blasphemous weaving of God's name into his deceit. "Because the Lord your God granted me success." Still uncertain, the old man commanded him to come near. His gnarled, trembling hands reached out, passing over the hairy goatskins on Jacob's hands. "The voice is Jacob's voice," he mused, the conflict between his ears and his touch creating a dissonance in his fading mind. "But the hands are the hands of Esau." He ate the food his wife had prepared, and he drank the wine. The ritual meal was complete. "Come near and kiss me, my son," Isaac said. Jacob leaned in, and the old man breathed deeply, inhaling the scent of the field on Esau's clothes that clothed him. The final doubt was erased. The smell was the confirmation his blind eyes could not provide. And so, with the deceived senses of taste and smell as his guides, Isaac bestowed the blessing. His voice, strengthened by the solemnity of the act, rang out with prophetic power. He spoke of the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth, of plenty of grain and wine. He declared that peoples would serve him, and nations bow down to him. He would be Lord over his brothers, and blessed be everyone who blessed him. and cursed be everyone who cursed him. The words, once spoken, were irrevocable, a spiritual force released into the world, settling upon the head of the deceiver, sealing a destiny obtained not by right, but by cunning. No sooner had Jacob left his father's presence, the stolen blessing clinging to him like a second skin, than Esau returned from his hunting. He too prepared a savory dish and brought it to his father. "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that you may bless me," he said, his voice booming with the uncomplicated expectation of the firstborn. Isaac's body trembled with a violent, terrible shock. "Who are you?" he demanded, the horror of realization dawning in his sightless eyes. "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau," came the reply. Then Isaac knew. The trembling grew more intense, a quake of profound, personal devastation. "Who was it then?" he cried out, his voice breaking. "That hunted game and brought it to me, and I ate it all before you came, and I have blessed him? Yes, and he shall be blessed." The sound that tore from Esau's throat was a raw, wounded roar of anguish and betrayal, a cry of such profound loss that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the tent. He wept, great, heaving sobs of a man who had lost everything in a single, stolen moment. He begged his father for a blessing, any blessing. "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" But the well was dry. The primary, powerful blessing had been given, and it could not be recalled. All Isaac could offer was a pale, sorrowful echo, a prophecy of a life lived by the sword, of serving his brother, but of one day breaking his yoke from his neck. The words were a cold comfort, a sentence of subservience. Esau's grief curdled instantly into a cold, simmering rage. He hated Jacob for the deception that had stolen his blessing, and the thought took root in his heart, a dark and venomous seed. "The days of mourning for my father are approaching," he said to himself, the words a quiet, deadly vow in the stillness. "Then I will kill my brother Jacob." The stolen blessing had secured a destiny, but it had also unleashed a storm of hatred, setting in motion a revenge that would force the chosen son to flee into the wilderness, a fugitive from the very brother whose birthright and blessing he now possessed. The air in the camp grew thick and heavy, poisoned by the venom of a brother's hatred. Esau's rage was not a fleeting storm, but a slow-burning fire, its heat radiating from his every glance and the set of his powerful shoulders. The words he had muttered to himself, a vow to kill Jacob once their father's frail life had ebbed away, were whispered through the tents on the anxious breath of servants, finding their way to Rebekah's ears. A cold dread, sharper than any she had known, pierced her heart. The success of her deception now threatened to unravel in a single, violent act. The promise, so carefully stolen, would be extinguished in a field stained with fraternal blood. She moved quickly, her love for Jacob and her faith in the prophecy forging her into an instrument of salvation. She went to Isaac, her voice carefully modulated to conceal her terror, and spoke not of Esau's murderous intent, but of a practical maternal concern. "I am weary of my life because of the Hittite women," she said, gesturing toward Esau's foreign wives, whose presence was a grief to her spirit. "If Jacob takes a wife from the daughters of the land like these, what good will my life be to me?" It was a plea wrapped in cultural propriety, a request to send Jacob back to her brother Laban in Haran, to find a wife from their own kin. a journey that would also serve as a perfect and necessary exile. Isaac, weakened by age and the recent shattering discovery of the stolen blessing, assented. He called Jacob to him, and in the dim quiet of his tent, he bestowed a new charge upon him. This time, there was no deception, only a father's weary, sober instruction. He commanded him not to take a Canaanite wife, but to go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, Rebekah's father, and take a wife from the daughters of Laban, his mother's brother. And then, as if to reaffirm the legitimacy of the blessing acquired through guile, Isaac spoke it over him again, consciously and clearly. He invoked the blessing of Abraham, that Jacob might possess the land of his sojournings, which God had given to his grandfather. The words, spoken in truth this time, were a confirmation and a compass, a divine mandate for the journey ahead. With the taste of his brother's fury bitter on his tongue, and his father's blessing a fragile shield upon his head, Jacob turned his back on Beersheba and set his face toward the north, a solitary fugitive carrying the weight of a promise and the shadow of a brother's oath. The land of Canaan unspooled before him, a rugged, stony wilderness that mirrored the desolation in his own soul. He was alone, severed from the security of his father's house, a supplanter cast out from the very inheritance he had schemed to possess. The sun beat down upon him by day, and the chill of the desert night seeped into his bones. He was a man stripped of everything but the clothes on his back, and the intangible, terrifying promise he carried within. As dusk fell on his first day of flight, he found himself in a certain place, a lonely rise of ground where the stones lay scattered like forgotten altars. With the last of the daylight fading, he took one of the stones and put it under his head, a hard pillow for a harder reality. The vast, star-strewn sky arched above him, a canopy of silent witnesses to his fear and his solitude. Exhausted in body and spirit, he fell into a fitful sleep, his dreams a turbulent sea of fleeing from Esau's vengeful face. Then, into the chaos of his subconscious, a vision descended, a revelation of breathtaking clarity and profound comfort. He dreamed, and behold, a ladder was set up on the earth, and its top reached to heaven. It was not a staircase of human construction, but a divine conduit, a shimmering bridge between the fallen world and the realm of absolute glory. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. They moved with a serene, purposeful grace, their forms luminous against the velvet dark, their silent traffic a testament to a cosmos alive with divine activity, a world where heaven and earth were not separate kingdoms, but connected realms. At the very top of the ladder stood the Lord himself, his presence not a consuming fire, but a majestic, benevolent authority that filled the dream with a tangible sense of promise. And the Lord spoke, his voice resonating through the very fabric of the vision, and into the depths of Jacob's soul. I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac. The words rooted him in his lineage, connecting his solitary flight to the grand unfolding story of the covenant. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. The promise of the land, just spoken by his blind father in a tent, was now confirmed from the summit of heaven, a deed to the very ground he used as a pillow. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south. and in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. The scope was staggering, a vision of multitude and influence that reached beyond his own troubled life to encompass the entire world. It was the Abrahamic covenant, renewed and personalized for the frightened fugitive sleeping on a stone. Then came the words that Jacob needed most, the assurance that carved a path through his terror. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. The promise of presence was his shield. The promise of a return was his hope. The God of his fathers was not a distant deity of a homeland, but a traveling companion, a guardian for the wanderer. The vow was unilateral and unconditional, a guarantee of protection and fulfillment that depended not on Jacob's cunning, but on God's faithful character. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, the vision seared into his mind, the celestial ladder fading, but its meaning burning brighter than the rising sun. A holy awe, thick and trembling, settled upon him. He whispered into the morning air, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it." He was afraid, a fear not of Esau, but of the profound, intimate nearness of the divine. "How awesome is this place," he said. "This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." He rose early in the morning, the memory of the dream animating his limbs with a new purpose. He took the stone that he had put under his head and set it up for a pillar, anointing it with oil, a primitive, powerful act of consecration. The common stone became a memorial, a Bethel, a house of God, marking the spot where heaven had opened and God had spoken. He renamed the place, which had been a nameless wilderness, calling it Bethel, though the city's former name was Luz. And he made a vow, his first genuine act of worship, a response to the grace he had received. "If God will be with me," he began, the condition a reflection of his still tentative faith, "and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then the Lord shall be my God, and this stone, which I have set up for a pillar, shall be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give a full tenth to you." It was a covenant of his own, a pledge of allegiance and gratitude to the God who had found him in his flight, transforming a fugitive's fear into a pilgrim's promise. With the vision of the ladder etched upon his heart, and the assurance of divine companionship his new compass, Jacob continued his journey toward Haran, no longer just a man fleeing his brother's wrath, but a man walking with a purpose, guided by a promise, and protected by a presence unseen. The sun beat down upon the land of the people of the east, a harsh, brilliant eye in a sky bleached of color. Jacob's journey, which had begun in fear and been transformed by a vision at Bethel, had led him across rivers and through arid wastes, his spirit sustained by the memory of the ladder and the angels. Now, footsore and dust-caked, he arrived in the territory of his mother's kin. The landscape began to soften, giving way to rolling pastures where the earth was bruised by the hooves of countless sheep. His eyes, accustomed to the solitary path, scanned the horizon for a sign of life, a human presence to anchor his wandering. In the distance, he saw a well, a great stone covering its mouth, a communal life source for the flocks of the region. Around it, 3 flocks of sheep lay resting in the heat, their shepherds waiting with a patient indolence, the heavy stone too great a burden for any one man to move alone. It was a scene of suspended animation, a pastoral tableau waiting for the critical mass of community to unlock its treasure. As he approached, questioning the shepherds about their origin and their knowledge of Laban, his mother's brother, his gaze was drawn to a new figure approaching the well. A young woman was leading her father's sheep, her step light and sure, a water jar balanced gracefully on her shoulder. There was a vitality in her movement, a freshness that cut through the dusty torpor of the afternoon. She was Rachel, the daughter of Laban, and as she drew nearer, Jacob saw that she was beautiful in form and face, her features holding a quiet dignity that struck him with the force of a physical blow. In that single, heart-stopping moment, the weariness of his journey, the guilt of his past, the uncertainty of his future, all of it fell away, replaced by a clarity as sharp and sudden as the first light of creation. This was no chance meeting. It was a convergence of destiny, a thread in the tapestry of the promise finding its color. A surge of strength, born not of muscle but of purpose, flooded his limbs. While the other shepherds waited, Jacob stepped forward. He put his shoulder to the great stone that covered the well's mouth, and with a single focused effort, rolled it away. The grinding sound of stone on stone broke the afternoon's stillness, a proclamation of intent. The shepherds watched, their idleness shattered by this display of solitary strength. But Jacob's attention was not for them. He turned to Rachel, his heart laid bare in his eyes, and watered her flock, the life-giving water a humble offering to the one who had just watered his parched and lonely soul. Then, overcome with emotion, he leaned forward and kissed her, a chaste, profound gesture of kinship and claiming. He lifted up his voice and wept, the tears a release of long pent-up tension, and the dawning of a new, all-consuming hope. He told her who he was, the son of Rebekah, her father's sister. And she, her own heart surely stirred by the intensity of this stranger's actions, and his sudden emotional declaration, ran to tell her father. When Laban heard the news of Jacob, his sister's son, he ran to meet him, his embrace a performance of familial welcome, his eyes already calculating the value of the strong-limbed kinsman who had appeared so providentially at his well. He brought Jacob into his house, and for a month, Jacob lived and worked among them, the memory of Rachel's face lighting his days with a quiet, persistent fire. At the month's end, Laban, ever the pragmatist, broached the subject of wages. "Because you are my kinsman, should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be?" The question was an opening, and Jacob, whose entire life had been a study in wanting and waiting, did not hesitate. He had served 7 years for his brother's birthright. He would now propose a price for his heart's desire. Laban had 2 daughters. The older was Leah, whose eyes were lovely, but whose presence lacked the radiant force of her younger sister. The younger was Rachel, who was beautiful in form and face, the woman who had become the singular focus of Jacob's world. His answer was simple, direct, and born of a love that made all other considerations trivial. "I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel." It was an extravagant offer, a bride price of years, a lifetime of labor for the promise of her hand. Laban, his mind doubtless weighing the value of 7 years of free, diligent work against the marriage of a daughter, agreed with swift satisfaction. "It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to any other man. Stay with me." So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. They were not years of burdensome toil, but days illuminated by the object of his affection. The tending of flocks, the mending of fences, the long dusty hours under the eastern sun, all of it was transformed into a patient offering. He worked with a vigor that surprised even himself, his love for Rachel lending strength to his arms, and purpose to his stride. He watched her from a distance, each glimpse a confirmation, each shared word a treasure stored in his heart. The memory of her at the well, the feel of her flock's wool under his hands, the sound of her voice, these were the tokens that lit his way. The 7 years seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her. It was a love that did not count the cost, that found its reward in the mere possibility of its fulfillment, a patient, burning flame that turned the exile into a courtship, and the foreign field into a garden of hope. The 7 years of labor melted away like a morning mist under the rising sun of Jacob's devotion, each day a stitch in the tapestry of his longing for Rachel. When the final day dawned, the air in Laban's household was thick with a festive anticipation, a celebration meticulously prepared to honor the bargain and seal the union. The feast was a riot of color and sound, a cascade of food and wine and music that flowed from the great tents into the star-dusted night. Jacob, his heart a drumbeat of pure, uncomplicated joy, moved through the throng, the weariness of 7 years washed away by the certainty that Rachel would soon be his wife. He saw her only in glimpses, a veiled figure among the women, her presence a promise that made the music sweeter and the wine more potent. As the celebration reached its crescendo and the guests began to drift away into the darkness, Laban, his face a mask of avuncular benevolence, brought the veiled bride to Jacob's tent. The deception was executed with a cold, practiced precision, the darkness of the tent and the lingering haze of wine serving as accomplices to the old man's treachery. When the first gray light of dawn filtered through the seams of the tent, it illuminated not the face of the beloved, but the features of her older sister Leah. The shock was a physical blow, a cold dousing that stripped away the warmth of the night and left Jacob shivering in a new and terrible reality. The lovely eyes of Leah, which some had called gentle, now seemed to hold a plea and a shared shame. The woman beside him was not the one for whom he had labored 7 years, whose laughter had been the melody of his hope. He had been given the wrong daughter, his love traded for a counterfeit in the dark. A furious, righteous anger surged through him, hot and blinding. He stormed from the tent, the cool morning air doing nothing to quell the fire in his veins, and confronted Laban. "What is this you have done to me?" he demanded, his voice raw with betrayal. "Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me?" Laban met his fury with a calm, infuriating pragmatism, his words laced with the unassailable logic of local custom. "It is not so done in our country," he explained, his tone that of a man stating a simple, inconvenient fact, to give the younger before the firstborn. The tradition was his shield, a cultural bulwark against the charge of personal deceit. But his eyes, sharp and calculating, betrayed the true nature of his scheme. He had secured 7 years of loyal service, and disposed of his less favored daughter, all while keeping the prized Rachel, and the potential for another 7 years of labor within his grasp. He offered a solution that was no solution at all, but a continuation of the bargain. "Complete the week of this one," he said, referring to the traditional 7-day marriage feast for Leah. "And we will give you the other also in return for serving me another 7 years." It was a choice between utter loss and a compounded sentence. The object of his love was dangled before him, but the price had doubled. Jacob, his heart a tangled knot of rage, obligation, and a love that would not be denied, agreed. The week of celebration for Leah was a mockery, a 7-day performance of marital bliss that felt like a funeral procession. He completed the days, each one a slow, grinding hour of enforced proximity to the woman he had not chosen, a constant, aching reminder of the one he desired. Then, at the week's end, Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. The second wedding lacked the untainted joy of the first anticipation. It was a transaction, a possession hard-won and paid for with a future of servitude. Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, a truth as stark and undeniable as the desert sun, and he served Laban for another 7 years. These years were different, heavier. The work was the same, but the love that had once made the labor light was now a complicated, painful fire, burning in a household suddenly divided against itself. For Leah, the marriage was a cage of quiet desperation. She was unloved, her existence a constant, living contrast to her sister, who held the singular devotion of their shared husband. The subtle shadow of jealousy took root in her heart, a vine that grew with each tender glance Jacob gave to Rachel, with each word of affection that was never spoken to her. She watched them together, a perfect, painful unity from which she was forever excluded, her own lovely eyes blind to any value in herself, seeing only the reflection of her husband's disregard. Rachel, for her part, possessed Jacob's love, the very thing for which he had bartered 14 years of his life. Yet, even in the secure fortress of his devotion, a different kind of shadow began to grow. She was barren. The one thing that could cement her status, that could fulfill the divine promise of offspring, was withheld from her. She watched as Leah, the unloved one, began to bear sons: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, each birth a fresh triumph for her sister, and a deeper wound to her own soul. The jealousy was no longer one-sided. It became a silent, corrosive war, waged in the birthing tents and the shared spaces of their lives. A subtle shadow of rivalry between the sisters that would shape the destiny of the 12 tribes. A family born from a deception and raised in the complicated soil of a divided love. The household of Jacob was a crucible of silent, desperate longing, where the air itself seemed thick with the unspoken prayers of two sisters, bound by blood and divided by love. Leah, the wife of duty, lived in the stark reality of being unloved, her existence a quiet counterpoint to the radiant favor her younger sister enjoyed. Yet, in a profound and merciful reversal, the Lord saw that Leah was hated, and he opened her womb. Her body, which had known only the coldness of a husband's obligation, became a vessel of divine compensation. Her firstborn was a son, and in his crying face she saw a fragile hope. She named him Reuben, for she said, "Because the Lord has looked upon my affliction, for now my husband will love me." The name was a plea woven into flesh, a declaration that God had seen her sorrow. But the birth of a son did not kindle the love she craved. It merely added a new layer of complexity to the quiet war within the tents. Undeterred, the Lord granted her conception again, and she bore another son. She named him Simeon. Because the Lord has heard that I am hated, he has given me this son also. The name was a testament to a God who listened to the cries of the unloved, a second witness to her affliction. Yet still, Jacob's heart remained turned toward Rachel. A third son was born to Leah, and she named him Levi, saying, "Now this time my husband will be attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." The name meant attached. A final, desperate hope that this triad of male heirs would finally bind her husband to her in a bond stronger than mere preference. But the attachment she sought remained elusive, a prize just beyond the reach of maternal triumph. Then came a 4th son, and with his birth, a subtle shift occurred in Leah's heart. The desperate striving for her husband's love began to soften, replaced by a purer, more direct praise. She named this boy Judah, saying, "This time I will praise the Lord." It was a declaration of independence from the need for Jacob's validation, a turning of her soul directly toward the source of all blessing. The name Judah, praise, marked a quiet victory in the spiritual landscape of the camp, the birth of a lineage that would one day carry a different kind of kingship. And she ceased bearing, her season of fruitfulness pausing, leaving her with 4 sons who were like 4 pillars in a house, built not on love, but on grace. Through all this, Rachel watched, her own beautiful body a closed garden, a barren fortress in the very heart of Jacob's devotion. The love she possessed so completely seemed a hollow treasure when measured against the living, breathing proof of God's favor upon her sister. The sight of Leah's sons, their voices filling the camp, became a torment. A fierce, burning envy took root in her soul, and she confronted Jacob, her words sharp with a grief that bordered on accusation. "Give me children, or I shall die." Jacob's anger was kindled against her, a rare flash of heat. "Am I in the place of God, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?" It was a reminder of the limits of human love, a painful acknowledgement that even his unwavering devotion could not open a womb sealed by divine decree. Following the ancient, painful precedent of her foremother Sarah, Rachel resorted to a human solution. She gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob as a wife, saying, "Here is my servant Bilhah. Go in to her, that she may give birth on my behalf, that even I may have children through her." The transaction was a mirror of the past, attempt to build a family through a surrogate. Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. Rachel, claiming the child as her own victory, declared, "God has judged me, and has also heard my voice and given me a son." She named him Dan, he judged. The act was repeated, and Bilhah bore a second son. Rachel saw this as a divine contest, a struggle where she had wrestled with her sister and prevailed. She named him Naphtali, my wrestling, saying, "With mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister and have prevailed." The sons of the maidservant were now tokens in the silent battle between the sisters, their names a chronicle of Rachel's desperate struggle for significance. Not to be outdone, when Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her own servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Zilpah bore a son, and Leah, claiming him, said, "Good fortune has come." She named him Gad, good fortune. Then Zilpah bore a second son, and Leah declared, "Happy am I, for women have called me happy." She named him Asher, happy. The household was now a sprawling, complicated tree, its branches extending through the wombs of 2 wives and their servants, a family unfolding not in simple harmony, but in the competitive, fertile soil of human longing and divine providence. The tension between the sisters reached its peak during the wheat harvest. Reuben, Leah's firstborn, found mandrakes in the field, plants renowned in ancient lore for their supposed power to promote fertility. He brought them to his mother Leah. Rachel, her desire for a child an all-consuming fire, begged Leah for some of her son's mandrakes. Leah's response was a burst of long-suppressed bitterness. "Is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" Rachel, desperate, offered a staggering bargain. She would trade a night with Jacob for the mandrakes. That evening, as Jacob came in from the field, Leah went out to meet him. "You must come in to me," she said, "for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." The sacred intimacy of marriage was reduced to a transaction, a hired night paid for with love apples. And God listened to Leah. She conceived and bore Jacob a 5th son. She named him Issachar, wages, saying, "God has given me my wages because I gave my servant to my husband." It was a son born of a bargain, a living reminder of the complex economy of their relationships. Leah conceived again and bore a 6th son to Jacob. She named him Zebulun, dwelling, saying, "God has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons." The old hope for honor and attachment flickered once more, a testament to a heart that, despite everything, still yearned for the love of the man she shared. After this, she bore a daughter and named her Dinah, a single quiet note in the symphony of sons. Then God remembered Rachel. The prayers, the envy, the desperate bargains, all of it culminated in this moment of divine attention. God listened to her and opened her womb. She conceived and bore a son, and the laughter of disbelief that had once marked Isaac's birth was now transformed into a cry of triumphant erasure. She said, "God has taken away my reproach." She named him Joseph, saying, "May the Lord add to me another son." The name was both a thanks for a prayer answered and a plea for more, a hope that her season of fruitfulness was only beginning. The birth of Joseph was a seismic event in the family, the arrival of the son of the beloved wife, a child who would inherit the full force of his father's devotion, and whose life would become the pivot upon which the destiny of this sprawling, complicated, unfolding family would turn. The seasons turned in a slow, patient rhythm over the fields of Paddan Aram, each cycle marked by the swelling and diminishing of Laban's flocks under Jacob's diligent care. Yet a quiet conviction had taken root in Jacob's heart, a divine prompting that the time of his sojourning was drawing to a close. The God of Bethel, who had promised him a return to the land of his fathers, was now whispering that the hour had come. But extracting his own fortune from the grasp of a man like Laban, whose cunning was as deeply ingrained as the wrinkles on his face, required a strategy as divinely inspired as it was clever. Jacob approached his father-in-law, his voice a careful blend of deference and resolve. He spoke of his long service, of his desire to provide for his own household, and proposed a new wage. He would no longer work for a direct portion of the flock, but would take as his own all the speckled, spotted, and black members of the sheep, and all the speckled and spotted among the goats. To Laban, this seemed a paltry price, a selection of the irregular and the undesirable. He agreed with a swiftness that betrayed his belief in his own advantage, and that very day, he removed all the streaked, spotted, and speckled animals, placing a 3 days' journey between them and Jacob's care, entrusting the remaining uniform flocks to his sons. Left with what appeared to be the genetically inferior stock, Jacob embarked upon a plan that was part husbandry, part faith, and part ancient wisdom. He took fresh rods of poplar, almond, and plane trees, and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set these peeled rods in the troughs, in the watering places where the flocks came to drink, for it was when the animals were in heat that they came to the water. As they mated before the rods, the flocks produced young that were streaked, speckled, and spotted. It was a phenomenon that seemed to defy nature, a visual suggestion imprinted upon the very act of conception, guiding the outcome of the offspring. Jacob did not rely on chance alone. He practiced a form of selective breeding, ensuring that the stronger animals of the flock were the ones exposed to the rods, while the weaker ones went to Laban. The result was a relentless, miraculous transfer of wealth. The flocks under Jacob's care began to produce an abundance of robust, streaked, speckled, and black lambs and kids, while Laban's flocks, tended by his sons, seemed to dwindle and weaken. Jacob's own herds grew exceedingly strong, and he gained large flocks, female servants and male servants, and camels and donkeys. It was a prosperity born not of mere labor, but of a divine blessing that honored his ingenuity and faith, a quiet, systematic undoing of Laban's greed. The blessing of God was a tangible force upon everything Jacob undertook. His tents swelled with the sounds of his growing family and the wealth of his burgeoning herds. The man who had arrived with nothing but a staff now commanded a small nation of people and animals. Yet, with this prosperity came a rising tension. He saw the faces of Laban's sons, their expressions hardening from indifference to open hostility, as they watched their inheritance seemingly evaporate and flow into Jacob's possession. Their muttered accusations carried on the wind, and Laban's own countenance was no longer favorable toward him, as it had been before. The Lord spoke to Jacob in the quiet of his soul, a clear and urgent command. "Return to the land of your fathers and to your kindred, and I will be with you." The words were a confirmation and a catalyst. The promise of Bethel was now a directive. The time for patient acquisition was over. The time for decisive departure had come. Jacob's heart, fortified by the divine command and the visible evidence of God's favor, turned toward Canaan. But his return was not merely a geographical journey, it was a spiritual pilgrimage toward reconciliation. The memory of Esau, of the stolen blessing and the murderous vow, was a shadow that had lengthened over 2 decades. The prosperity he now enjoyed felt incomplete, a hollow victory if it was built upon a foundation of fraternal strife. He could not claim the land of promise while his brother's anger stood like a cherubim, with a flaming sword between him and his inheritance. The decision to return was therefore twofold: an obedience to God's call, and a courageous seeking of peace. He would go back to the place of his sin, to the brother he had wronged, carrying not only the wealth God had given him, but also a hope for forgiveness, a desire to wash away the old wounds with the new waters of repentance and the offerings of his hard-won prosperity. The fear was a cold stone in Jacob's belly, a familiar weight that had traveled with him for 20 years, grown heavier with each passing season of prosperity. The divine command to return to Canaan was a beacon, but it shone directly upon the one place he had fled in terror, the face of his brother Esau. The memory of that raw, wounded roar, the vow of murder spoken in the aftermath of the stolen blessing, was a ghost that had haunted his tents in Haran. Now, as his vast caravan, a small nation of wives, children, servants, and countless flocks, crept southward toward the land of his father, that ghost took on a terrifying substance. Scouts brought word that Esau himself was coming to meet him, and with him 400 men. The number was not a welcoming party. It was the vanguard of an army. The cold stone of fear turned to a leaden dread, a conviction that the reckoning he had evaded for 2 decades was now thundering across the plains to meet him. In his terror, Jacob divided his people and flocks into 2 camps, a desperate, strategic calculation. If Esau comes to the one camp and attacks it, then the camp that is left will escape. It was the act of a man preparing for annihilation, hoping to salvage a remnant from the coming wrath. But then he turned from strategy to supplication. He fell to his knees, the dust of the land of promise beneath him, and prayed as he had never prayed before. His words were a raw confession of unworthiness, and a desperate clinging to the divine promise. O God of my father Abraham and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, "Return to your country and to your kindred, and I will do you good." I am not worthy of the least of all the deeds of steadfast love, and all the faithfulness that you have shown to your servant. Please deliver me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, that he may come and attack me, the mothers with the children. But you said, I will surely do you good, and make your offspring as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. It was a prayer that held his fear and God's promise in a trembling balance. Rising from his knees, his mind now clear with a resolve born of faith and fear, he moved from prayer to action. He selected from his possessions a present for his brother Esau, a lavish, pacifying offering meant to appease the storm of his brother's anger. It was a gift of profound generosity: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milking camels and their calves, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He divided them into droves, each separate, and put them in the charge of his servants, instructing them to put a space between each drove. He coached them on what to say when they met Esau. They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a present sent to my lord Esau, and moreover, he is behind us. The plan was a masterpiece of psychological appeasement, a slow, cumulative wave of gifts designed to wear down Esau's fury before Jacob himself had to face it. I may appease him with the present that goes ahead of me, Jacob thought, and afterward I shall see his face. Perhaps he will accept me. He sent the droves on their way, and that night, he was left alone with his fear and the rushing sound of the Jabbok River. But he was not alone. As the night deepened, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man of formidable and unknown origin. He grasped Jacob, and a struggle began there by the ford of the river, a silent, brutal contest that was the physical manifestation of Jacob's lifelong striving. It was a wrestling match, not of muscle against muscle, but of will against will, of a man's desperate clinging to blessing against a divine resistance that sought to break him. They wrestled through the long, dark hours, neither gaining the advantage, until the stranger touched the socket of Jacob's hip, wrenching it with a supernatural force. A searing pain shot through Jacob's body, a permanent injury that would leave him limping, a lasting mark of this encounter. Yet, even in his agony, Jacob would not let go. His fingers, slick with sweat and river water, maintained their desperate hold. As dawn began to tinge the eastern sky with a pale gray light, the man said, "Let me go, for the day has broken." But Jacob, his spirit forged in the fire of the struggle, gasped out his reply, a demand that was also a plea. "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The question that came back was a probe into the very core of his identity. "What is your name?" It was the same question his blind father had asked in the tent so long ago, the question that had preceded the stolen blessing. This time, Jacob did not lie. "Jacob," he said, the name itself a confession. Supplanter, heel grabber. In that admission of his true nature, the blessing was given. The stranger spoke, his voice now carrying the full weight of divine authority. "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men and have prevailed." The name Israel meant, "He strives with God," a new identity forged in the crucible of the riverbank, a man no longer defined by deception, but by a tenacious, wrestling faith. Jacob, now Israel, asked for the stranger's name in return, but received only a blessing. He knew then that he had seen God face to face, and yet his life was preserved. As the sun rose, he limped away from Peniel, the place he named Face of God. His body broken but his spirit transformed, carrying a new name and a divine blessing into the most feared encounter of his life. He lifted his eyes and saw Esau coming, and with him 400 men. The moment of truth had arrived. He arranged his family, placing the maidservants and their children first, then Leah and her children, and finally Rachel and Joseph last, a human shield of his most beloved. Then he himself went on ahead, his new limp a visible testament to the night's struggle. He bowed himself to the ground 7 times, a gesture of profound submission and respect, until he came near to his brother. But Esau did not stand on ceremony. He ran to meet him. He did not draw a sword or clench a fist. He embraced him. He fell on his neck and kissed him. The tension of 20 years, the memory of betrayal and the vow of murder, shattered in that single unexpected act. The 2 brothers, the hunter and the wrestler, held each other and they wept. The sound was not of sorrow, but of a profound releasing catharsis. The tears that streamed down their faces were a river washing away the old wounds, a flood of forgiveness that cleansed the bitterness from their hearts. The past was not forgotten, but it was, in that embrace, finally overcome. The reconciliation was complete, a miracle of grace more stunning than any victory in battle or any accumulation of wealth. A testament that even the deepest of fraternal strife could be healed by the unexpected and merciful power of forgiveness. The sun-drenched fields of Canaan, where Jacob now dwelt in a fragile peace with his brother Esau, became the stage for a new and potent drama unfolding within his own sprawling household. Among his 12 sons, one was set apart not by birth order, but by the fierce, unguarded affection of his father's heart. Joseph, the firstborn of Rachel, the beloved wife, was the child of his father's old age, and Jacob's love for him was a visible, tangible force. He made for him a robe of many colors, a garment of such distinction that it was like a banner declaring his favor, its vibrant threads a stark contrast to the simple, work-worn tunics of his brothers. When they saw it, and saw the way their father's eyes softened only for Joseph, a bitter seed was planted. They could not speak peacefully to him. The robe was a constant, fluttering reminder of their father's partiality, a symbol of a love that felt like a rejection of them, and their jealousy began to burn with a low, sullen heat. This fire of resentment was fanned into a dangerous flame by the dreams that visited Joseph in his sleep. He was a youth of 17, still tending the flock with his brothers, but his spirit seemed to walk in a different realm. He dreamed, and in the landscape of his slumber, they were binding sheaves in the field. Suddenly, his sheaf rose and stood upright, and behold, his brothers' sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to his sheaf. The image was stark and arrogant in its simplicity, a single stalk of grain commanding the homage of the entire field. When he awoke, he did not keep the vision to himself, pondering its strange weight. He told it to his brothers. "Listen to this dream that I have dreamed," he said, his voice perhaps tinged with an unwise wonder. "Behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and behold, my sheaf arose and stood upright. And behold, your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf." The words hung in the air, an unmistakable declaration of supremacy. The brothers' jealousy curdled into a sharper, more focused hatred. "Are you indeed to reign over us? Are you indeed to rule over us?" they sneered. The dream became another reason, a divinely sanctioned insult, to hate him even more. Yet another dream came to him, this one even more audacious, its canvas, the very heavens. He dreamed that the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to him. This time, he did not only tell his brothers. He went to his father as well, recounting the celestial vision. Jacob, who had himself been a dreamer and a wrestler with divine messengers, heard the words and felt a familiar, unsettling tremor in his soul. He rebuked him, his voice sharp with a father's concern and a patriarch's wariness. "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow ourselves to the ground before you?" The rebuke was public, a necessary chastisement for such a presumptuous vision. But privately, Jacob pondered these things. He kept the saying in his heart, turning it over like a strange heavy stone. He remembered the oracles that had accompanied his own life, the struggle in the womb, the stolen blessing, the ladder at Bethel. He knew that God often spoke in the cryptic language of dreams, and the thought that this beloved son of his old age might be a vessel for a profound and difficult destiny both troubled him and stirred a faint, forbidden hope. The brothers, however, saw only the arrogance, the insult. They watched Joseph, the dreamer in his coat of many colors, and their jealousy burned ever brighter, a smoldering fire waiting for a wind to turn it into a conflagration. The simmering hatred, fed by years of paternal favoritism and the audacious pronouncements of dreams, finally boiled over in the remote pastures of Dothan. The brothers saw Joseph approaching from a distance, the telltale splash of his many-colored robe, a bright, arrogant banner against the muted greens and browns of the landscape. It was a sight that concentrated all their grievances into a single, burning point of fury. The memory of his sheaf standing upright, of the sun and moon bowing down, fused with the daily sting of their father's undisguised love for this dreamer. A dark consensus passed among them, unspoken yet understood, as he drew nearer. "Here comes this dreamer," they muttered, the title a curse on their lips. "Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we will say that a fierce animal has devoured him, and we will see what will become of his dreams." The plan was brutal and final, a violent erasure of the one whose very existence seemed to mock their own. But Reuben, the firstborn, felt the weight of his position, and a flicker of conscience that his brothers lacked. He could not stomach the thought of outright murder. He intervened, his voice a strained attempt to steer their rage toward a less permanent solution. "Let us not take his life," he urged. "Shed no blood, throw him into this pit here in the wilderness, but do not lay a hand on him." His intent, hidden beneath a veneer of collective decision, was to secretly return and rescue Joseph later, to restore him to their father. The others, their bloodlust momentarily checked, agreed. When Joseph reached them, his expression perhaps still holding the innocent confidence of the favored son, they seized him. Hands that had once shared bread with him, now tore the hated robe from his body, the symbol of his privilege becoming a relic of his downfall. They dragged him, struggling and bewildered, to a nearby pit, a dry, rocky cistern that held only dust and shadows. They cast him into its depths, the impact a dull, final sound, and they sat down to eat their meal, their callousness a chilling contrast to the desperate scrabbling sounds that rose from the darkness below. As they ate, their eyes caught the movement of a caravan on the horizon, a line of Ishmaelite traders, their camels laden with spices, balm, and myrrh, making their way down to Egypt. The sight sparked a new, more pragmatic evil in Judah's heart. Killing their brother and concealing his blood would be a sin that clung to them, but turning a profit from their betrayal had a cold, practical appeal. "What profit is it if we kill our brother and conceal his blood?" he reasoned. "Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our own flesh." The proposal was a masterpiece of moral evasion, a way to be rid of Joseph without the technical guilt of murder. It was a transaction that would cleanse their hands, even as it stained their souls. His brothers listened and agreed. They acted quickly, hauling Joseph up from the pit. His body was bruised, his throat raw from crying out, his eyes wide with a terror he could no longer comprehend. The Ishmaelites examined him with the dispassionate eyes of merchants assessing livestock. A price was negotiated, 20 shekels of silver, and the exchange was made. The coins, cool and heavy, passed into the brothers' hands, and Joseph, their brother, was led away, a slave bound for the markets of Egypt. The last sight they had of him was his receding back, a solitary figure chained to a line of strangers, his dreams swallowed by the dust of the trade route. When Reuben returned later, his heart heavy with his secret plan, he went to the pit and found it empty. A cold dread washed over him. He tore his clothes, a guttural cry of despair and failure ripping from his throat. He returned to his brothers, his face a mask of anguish. "The boy is gone, and I, where shall I go?" he lamented. But their course was set. They took Joseph's robe, the vibrant, multicolored garment, and slaughtered a young goat, dipping the robe in its blood. They carried the bloodied cloth back to their father, their lies carefully rehearsed. "This we have found," they said, their voices feigning sorrow. "Please identify whether it is your son's robe or not." Jacob recognized it instantly. The work of his own hands, now a shroud of gore. His conclusion was swift and devastating. "It is my son's robe. A fierce animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces." The grief that descended upon him was absolute, a crushing weight that no comfort could lift. He tore his garments and put sackcloth on his loins, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, his voice hollow with a bottomless sorrow. "I shall go down to Sheol to my son, mourning." And Reuben's grief was a silent, echoing scream in the desert of his own complicity. A private torment drowned out by the collective lie and the wailing of their deceived father. A barren and lonely sound under the vast, indifferent sky. The journey from the sun-scorched pits of Dothan to the sprawling, alien grandeur of Egypt was a descent into a different kind of darkness for Joseph. The Ishmaelite traders, their interest purely mercantile, saw not a son of promise, but a healthy young slave to be sold in the bustling markets of the Nile Delta. He was paraded with other human chattel, his foreign features and air of quiet intelligence marking him as different, a curiosity. It was there that he was purchased by Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard. The great house of Potiphar was a world of polished stone and strict hierarchies, a humming machine of servants and soldiers, its rhythms dictated by the whims of a powerful Egyptian master. Joseph, the Hebrew shepherd boy who had dreamed of stars bowing down, now stood at the bottom of this new order, a nameless foreigner whose only possession was the memory of a blood-stained coat and the sound of his father's grief. Yet, even in this abasement, the unseen presence that had guided his forefathers did not abandon him. The Lord was with Joseph. This was not a dramatic, visible manifestation, but a quiet, pervasive grace that attended his every action. He became a successful man in the house of his Egyptian master. His hands, accustomed to the rough wool of sheep, now learned the intricate tasks of a great household. He proved himself trustworthy, diligent, and possessed of a keen understanding that went beyond mere obedience. Potiphar saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord caused all that he did to succeed in his hands. Favor settled upon Joseph like a gentle dew, and soon he found himself elevated from the anonymous mass of servants. Potiphar made him his personal attendant and put him in charge of all that he had, from the granaries to the treasury. The blessing of God extended through Joseph to the entire household. From the time he was put in charge, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. The blessing was on all that he had, in house and field. Potiphar, a practical man of the world, recognized a good investment and entrusted everything he owned to Joseph's care, concerned with nothing but the food he ate. The slave had become the steward, the prisoner of fate had become the master of a household. But this very success and the quiet favor that accompanied it became a snare. Joseph was not only capable, he was also well-built and handsome. His presence, a combination of foreign allure and innate authority, did not go unnoticed. Potiphar's wife cast her eyes upon the young Hebrew overseer, and a dangerous desire took root in her heart. She began to speak to him, her words laced with a predatory intent, a daily assault on his integrity. "Lie with me," she would say, her invitations a test of the very faith that had sustained him. Joseph refused. His refusal was not merely a matter of loyalty to his master, but a profound moral conviction. He understood that such a transgression was not merely a sin against Potiphar, who had trusted him with everything, but a great wickedness against God. He withstood her day after day, his resolve a fortress against her persistent siege. One day, however, the opportunity for a more direct assault presented itself. Joseph went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were there. Seizing the moment, Potiphar's wife caught him by his garment, her grip firm and desperate. "Lie with me," she demanded, the words a final brazen ultimatum. But Joseph left his garment in her hand and fled, escaping out of the house and into the courtyard. The act was one of pure, unthinking flight, a physical rejection of the sin that sought to claim him. He chose the potential consequences of her wrath over the certain violation of his conscience. Spurned and humiliated, the woman's desire curdled into a venomous rage. She called to the men of her household, her voice shrill with fabricated outrage. Holding Joseph's abandoned garment as evidence, she constructed a lie to cover her shame. "See," she cried, "he has brought among us a Hebrew to laugh at us. He came into me to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And as soon as he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried out, he left his garment beside me and fled and got out of the house." She repeated the lie to her husband when he returned home, weaving a tale of attempted violation and her own virtuous resistance. The discarded garment, once a symbol of Potiphar's trust, was now twisted into proof of betrayal. Potiphar's anger was kindled, a hot, public fury stoked by his wife's deceit and the perceived abuse of his trust. He took Joseph and cast him into the prison where the king's prisoners were confined. It was a brutal fall from grace. The chief steward of a great house was now a common criminal, his cell a place of shackles and despair, a deeper pit than the one in Dothan. The promise of the dreams seemed more distant than ever, buried under the weight of stone walls and false accusation. Yet, even here, in the deepest darkness of the dungeon, the narrative repeats with a quiet, defiant persistence. The Lord was with Joseph. He showed him steadfast love and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. The same unwavering presence that had blessed Potiphar's house now entered the squalor of the jail. The keeper of the prison saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all he did to prosper. Soon, Joseph found himself entrusted with the care of all the prisoners. Whatever was done there, he was the one who did it. The keeper paid no attention to anything that was in Joseph's charge, because the Lord was with him. The dungeon, intended as a place of forgetting, became another arena for divine faithfulness, a silent, steadfast proof that God's presence was not limited by palace walls or prison bars, but remained with the one who, even in chains, held fast to his integrity. The air in the king's prison was a thick, stagnant brew of despair and unwashed bodies, a perpetual twilight where hope came to die. Joseph's world had shrunk from the vast, ordered spaces of Potiphar's house to this cramped, stone-lined pit, a place where the only music was the clank of chains and the low moan of forgotten men. The walls wept with a perpetual greasy dampness, and the light that filtered through the high barred window was a pale, anemic thing, barely touching the filth-strewn floor. Yet, even in this squalor, a quiet, persistent grace attended him. The Lord was with Joseph, and the keeper of the prison, a man hardened by years of overseeing human wreckage, saw something unbreakable in the young Hebrew's bearing. He saw that whatever Joseph did, the Lord made it prosper. And so, in a repetition of the pattern that had defined his life, Joseph was entrusted with responsibility. The keeper put all the prisoners who were in the prison into Joseph's charge, and whatever was done there, he was the one who did it. The dungeon, a place designed for chaos, began to exhibit a strange, imposed order under his stewardship. Into this grim domain came two new prisoners, their fall from grace as precipitous as Joseph's own. One was Pharaoh's chief cupbearer, the man who had held the royal goblet, his hands once steady as he offered wine to the most powerful man in the world. The other was the chief baker, whose ovens had produced the bread for Pharaoh's table. They had offended their lord, the king of Egypt, and their gilded lives had been swapped for the indignity of the cell. They were placed in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned Joseph to attend them, and for some days they remained under his care, their faces etched with the same confusion and fear he had once known. One morning, Joseph came to them and noticed that they were troubled, their usual sullen silence replaced by a restless agitation. They had each dreamed a dream the night before, and there was no one to interpret them. In that place of forgotten men, their dreams felt like messages from a world they had lost, cryptic and terrifying. Joseph, seeing their distress, offered a quiet word of hope, his faith a small, steady flame in the surrounding gloom. "Do not interpretations belong to God?" he asked. "Please tell them to me." The invitation was an act of compassion, a reaching out from his own suffering to touch theirs. The chief cupbearer went first, his dream a brief, vivid vignette. He saw a vine before him, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in his hand, and he took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. The image was one of swift, seamless restoration, a return to his sacred duty. Joseph listened, the divine insight settling upon his spirit. The interpretation came to him with a quiet certainty. "This is its interpretation," he said. "The 3 branches are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your office, and you shall place Pharaoh's cup in his hand as formerly, when you were his cupbearer." But then Joseph, his own heart aching with the weight of his unjust confinement, appended a personal, desperate plea. "Only remember me when it is well with you, and please do me the kindness to mention me to Pharaoh, and so get me out of this house. For I was indeed stolen out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me into the pit." The words were a fragile thread of hope cast toward a man on the brink of freedom. Encouraged by this favorable interpretation, the chief baker shared his dream. He too saw a significance in the number 3. He had 3 cake baskets on his head, and in the uppermost basket there were all sorts of baked food for Pharaoh. But the birds were eating it out of the basket on his head. The image was similar, yet it carried a sinister undertone, a violation of the offering. Joseph's face grew solemn as the meaning unfolded to him. "This is its interpretation," he said, his voice gentle yet unflinching. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. In 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat the flesh from you." The verdict was stark, a death sentence delivered in the quiet of the prison cell. On the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, he made a feast for all his servants, and lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. The prophecy was fulfilled with the brutal efficiency of absolute power. One man walked back into the light of the palace, the taste of wine and forgiveness on his lips. The other became a feast for the carrion birds, his body a public warning. The cupbearer, restored to his life of privilege, did not remember Joseph. The memory of the insightful Hebrew in the dungeon, the man who had correctly foretold his freedom, was swept away in the rush of his own restoration. He forgot him. The days turned into weeks, the weeks into months, and then the months into 2 full years. Joseph remained in the prison, the thread of hope he had clung to now frayed and brittle. The keeper's favor was a small comfort, but the walls were just as close, the chains just as heavy. He tended to the prisoners, he maintained the order, and he waited. The dreams of his youth, of sheaves and stars bowing down, must have felt like cruel jokes in the perpetual twilight. He was a man forgotten, his gift of interpretation a buried treasure, his plea to the cupbearer a whisper lost in the vast, indifferent machinery of Egypt. Yet, the steadfast love of the Lord remained, a silent, patient presence in the waiting, a promise that the story was not over, that the pit, whether in Dothan or in Egypt, was never the final chapter for those whose lives were held in a hand greater than Pharaoh's. The silence of 2 long years in the king's prison was a weight Joseph had learned to carry, a patient ache woven into the rhythm of his days. The memory of the cupbearer's promise was a faded scar, a lesson in the frailty of human gratitude. He moved through the dim, damp corridors of the dungeon, his authority over the prisoners a strange, confined kingship, a mockery of the celestial dreams of his youth. The sheaves and stars felt like artifacts from another life, their promise buried under layers of stone and betrayal. Yet, the same unwavering presence that had sustained him in Potiphar's house and granted him favor with the jailkeeper remained, a quiet hum beneath the surface of his despair, a divine patience waiting for its moment. That moment arrived in the gilded heart of the palace, in the royal bedchamber where Pharaoh, the god-king of Egypt, slept. His slumber was invaded not by peace, but by a pair of vivid, terrifying dreams. In the first, he stood by the Nile, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 cows, sleek and fat, their hides gleaming with health, and they fed in the reed grass. Then, behold, 7 other cows, ugly and thin, came up out of the Nile after them, and stood by the other cows on the bank. And the ugly, thin cows ate up the 7 sleek, fat cows. The grotesque act was so shocking that Pharaoh awoke, his heart pounding. But when he slept again, he dreamed a second time. Behold, 7 ears of grain, plump and good, were growing on one stalk. Then behold, 7 ears, blighted, thin, and scorched by the east wind, sprouted after them. And the thin ears swallowed up the 7 plump, full ears. The king awoke a second time, and behold, it was a dream. But the disturbing clarity of the visions clung to him, a spiritual indigestion that would not subside. The images of consumption and blight felt like omens, and his spirit was troubled. In the morning, his disquiet was a palpable force in the court. He sent for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men. He told them his dreams, but there was no one who could interpret them. The learned men, with their scrolls of ancient wisdom and their knowledge of portents, were baffled. The dreams defied their symbolic lexicon. The logic of the thin devouring the fat was a paradox that mocked their expertise. A frustrated silence fell over the assembly, the air thick with the failure of Egypt's finest minds. It was in this strained quiet that the chief cupbearer's memory, dormant for 2 years, suddenly sparked to life. The mention of dreams and the inability to interpret them jolted him from his complacency. The face of the young Hebrew in the dungeon, his own dream of the 3 branches, the accurate and stark interpretations, it all rushed back with the force of a dam breaking. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with a mixture of shame and urgency. "I remember my offenses today," he confessed to Pharaoh, and he recounted the story of the prison, the 2 officials, and the slave who had correctly foretold his restoration and the baker's execution. "A young Hebrew was there with us," he said, "a servant of the captain of the guard. When we told him, he interpreted our dreams to us, giving an interpretation to each man according to his dream. And as he interpreted to us, so it came about." Pharaoh's interest was immediate and intense. The failure of his wise men made the testimony of a forgotten prisoner suddenly compelling. He sent and called for Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. The transition was dizzying. One moment, Joseph was in the familiar, fetid air of the prison. The next, he was being shaved, given a change of clothes, and ushered into the presence of the king of Egypt. He stood before Pharaoh, the man who held the power of life and death, his own frame lean from years of confinement, but his eyes holding a calm clarity that had been forged in the dark. Pharaoh wasted no time. "I have had a dream," he said, "and there is no one who can interpret it. I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream you can interpret it." Joseph's response was a masterpiece of humility and faith, a deflection of any innate power back to its true source. "It is not in me," he stated firmly. "God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer." He did not claim the gift as his own, but as a conduit for the divine. Pharaoh recounted the dreams: the 7 fat cows consumed by the 7 lean, the 7 full ears swallowed by the 7 blighted. The bizarre, unsettling images hung in the air of the throne room. Joseph listened, and as the king fell silent, the interpretation settled upon his spirit with the same quiet certainty he had known in the dungeon. "The dreams of Pharaoh are one," he declared. "God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do." His voice was calm, authoritative, cutting through the court's anxiety. "The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dreams are one. The 7 lean and ugly cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blighted by the east wind also will be 7 years of famine." The meaning was clear. a divine forecast of national destiny. It is as I told Pharaoh. God has shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do. There will come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. But after them, 7 years of famine will arise, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt. The famine will consume the land, and the plenty will be unknown in the land by reason of that famine that follows, for it will be very severe. The repetition of the dream, Joseph explained, was because the thing was fixed by God, and God would shortly bring it about. But Joseph did not stop with the prophecy of doom. The insight God had given him included a prescription for survival. He stood before the most powerful man in the known world and offered not just an interpretation, but a plan. Now therefore let Pharaoh select a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh proceed to appoint overseers over the land, and take 1/5 of the produce of the land of Egypt during the 7 plentiful years. And let them gather all the food of these good years that are coming, and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh for food in the cities, and let them keep it. That food shall be a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine that are to occur in the land of Egypt, so that the land may not perish through the famine. The words resonated in the silent throne room. The logic was impeccable, the vision staggering in its scope. Pharaoh and all his servants saw that the Spirit of God was in this man. The wisdom he presented was not of human origin. It carried the mark of the divine. Pharaoh turned to his courtiers, his decision made. Can we find a man like this in whom is the Spirit of God? The question was rhetorical. He turned back to Joseph, the Hebrew slave, the prisoner from the pit. Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discerning and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only as regards the throne will I be greater than you. The pronouncement was absolute, a reversal of fortune so complete it defied belief. Pharaoh took his signet ring from his hand and put it on Joseph's hand, the seal of royal authority. He clothed him in garments of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. He had him ride in his 2nd chariot, and they cried before him, "Bow the knee!" Thus he set him over all the land of Egypt. The dreamer of sheaves and stars, who had been bowed into a pit and a prison, was now the vizier of Egypt, the man to whom a nation would bow. Appointed by Pharaoh to prepare for the famine, and in doing so, to become the architect of his own family's salvation, and the fulfillment of the dreams he had carried in his heart for so long. The 7 years of plenty, a golden age of abundance for Egypt, passed like a swift, fertile dream under Joseph's meticulous administration. The granaries, great stone silos that rose like man-made mountains along the Nile, were filled to bursting, their dark interiors packed tight with the surplus of the land, a hoarded treasure against the coming darkness. Then, as Joseph had foretold, the 7 years of famine began, a creeping blight that spread from the south like a pale, consuming breath. The earth, which had laughed with grain, now cracked in silent agony. The Nile's life-giving floods receded, leaving behind cracked, thirsty mud. The famine was severe over all the earth, and Egypt alone, prepared by the wisdom of its vizier, held the key to survival. Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, and soon caravans from every nation began to wind their way toward the Nile Delta. drawn by the rumor of bread in a starving world. Among those who felt the famine's sharp teeth was Jacob, dwelling in the land of Canaan. The memory of Egypt, a place of both refuge and peril from his grandfather's stories, now seemed the only possible answer to their desperate need. He heard there was grain in Egypt, and with a heavy heart, he turned to his 10 eldest sons, the shadows of a past betrayal still lingering between them. "Why do you look at one another?" he asked, his voice thin with age and worry. "Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down and buy grain for us there, that we may live and not die." And so the 10 brothers, all except Benjamin, the last remaining son of his beloved Rachel, set out for Egypt, their hearts a mixture of practical need and unspoken dread, walking in the footsteps of the brother they had sold into the very slavery they now sought to alleviate. In the bustling foreign court of the Egyptian vizier, the brothers bowed themselves to the ground before him, their faces to the earth, their posture one of absolute supplication. Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them instantly. A lifetime of dreams and suffering crystallized in that single moment, the sight of the sheaves bowing down, rendered in flesh and dust. But they did not recognize him. The clean-shaven Egyptian lord in fine linen, speaking the language of the Nile through an interpreter, was a world removed from the Hebrew youth, in the coat of many colors. The memory of him was likely a ghost, a guilty secret buried deep. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed of them. The fulfillment was perfect and it was terrible. He dealt with them roughly, his voice a cold, accusatory force. "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land," he declared. They protested their innocence, speaking of their father and a younger brother back in Canaan, their words unwittingly opening the old wounds and confirming the family structure he had left behind. He pressed them, testing their story and their character, and finally imprisoned them for 3 days, a taste of the confinement he had endured for years. On the 3rd day, he proposed a test. One brother would remain imprisoned while the others carried grain back to their starving families. But they must return with their youngest brother, Benjamin, to prove their words were true. The brothers, believing their predicament was divine retribution for their long-ago crime against Joseph, spoke among themselves in Hebrew, not knowing the vizier understood every word. "In truth, we are guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us and we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." Reuben's voice, laced with the anguish of 2 decades, echoed his failed attempt at rescue. "Did I not tell you not to sin against the boy? But you did not listen, so now there comes a reckoning for his blood." Joseph turned away from them and wept. The sound of their confession, the raw admission of their guilt, was a balm and a torment. He returned, and taking Simeon, bound him before their eyes, a hostage to ensure their return. He commanded that their sacks be filled with grain, and that each man's money be restored to his sack, a secret act of grace that would later sow confusion and fear. They loaded their donkeys and departed. When one of them opened his sack to give his donkey fodder at the lodging place, he saw his money in the mouth of his sack. Their hearts failed them, and they turned in trembling to one another, saying, "What is this that God has done to us?" The return to Canaan was shadowed by this mystery. They told Jacob all that had happened, the harshness of the lord of the land, the demand for Benjamin, the returned money. The old man's grief, which had never fully healed, broke open anew. "You have bereaved me of my children," he lamented. "Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you would take Benjamin. All this has come against me." Reuben offered the lives of his own 2 sons as a guarantee for Benjamin's safety, a desperate, hollow pledge. But Jacob refused. "My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he only is left. If harm should happen to him on the journey that you are to make, you would bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol." But the famine persisted, a relentless gnawing force, and when the grain from Egypt was exhausted, the specter of death became tangible. Judah stepped forward, his voice firm with a newfound responsibility. He pledged himself as a surety for Benjamin, promising to bear the blame forever if he failed to bring him back. Wearied by hunger and worn down by their insistence, Jacob finally relented. He told them to take a present, a little balm, a little honey, gum, myrrh, pistachio nuts, and almonds, and double the money, to return what had been mysteriously given back. "Take your brother also," he said, his words a surrender, "and arise, go again to the man." He sent them off with a prayer, a fragile hope clinging to the name of God Almighty. "May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, that he may send back your other brother and Benjamin. And as for me, if I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved." They arrived in Egypt and stood again before Joseph. When he saw Benjamin with them, he said to his house steward, "Bring the men into the house and slaughter an animal and make ready, for the men are to dine with me at noon." The brothers were terrified, convinced the returned money was a trap to enslave them. They pleaded with the steward, explaining the mystery, but he calmed them. "Peace to you, do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has put treasure in your sacks for you. I received your money." He then brought Simeon out to them. The reunion was a small crack in the wall of fear. When Joseph came home, they presented him with the gift and bowed down to the ground before him. He asked about their welfare and about their father. "Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" They answered, "Your servant, our father, is well. He is still alive." And they bowed their heads and prostrated themselves. Then Joseph lifted his eyes and saw Benjamin, his own mother's son, and he was overcome. "God be gracious to you, my son," he said, his voice thick with emotion. And he hurried out, for his compassion grew warm for his brother, and he sought a place to weep. He went into his chamber and wept there. After washing his face, he controlled himself and came out. The feast was served, and the brothers were seated before him in order of their age, a detail that astonished them. Portions were taken from Joseph's table to them, but Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. The meal was a tense, bewildering affair, a display of favor that felt both generous and ominous. Yet they drank and were merry with him. But Joseph's final test remained. He commanded his steward to fill the men's sacks with as much grain as they could carry, and to put each man's money in the mouth of his sack. "And put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, with his money for the grain." The steward did as he was told. At first light, the men were sent away with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Up, follow after the men, and when you overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid evil for good? Is it not from this that my Lord drinks, and by this that he practices divination? You have done evil in doing this." The steward overtook them and spoke these words. They protested their innocence, declaring that whoever was found with the cup would die, and the rest would become slaves. A frantic search began, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. They tore their clothes, a gesture of ultimate despair, and loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and they fell before him to the ground. Joseph, his demeanor once again that of the harsh Egyptian lord, said, "What deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that a man like me can indeed practice divination?" Judah, as the spokesman, stepped forward. His speech was a masterpiece of pleading and responsibility. "What shall we say to my lord? What shall we speak? Or how can we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of your servants. Behold, we are my lord's slaves, both we and he also in whose hand the cup has been found." But Joseph refused, insisting that only the one with the cup would be his slave, while the rest could go in peace to their father. Then Judah drew near, his voice breaking with a raw, paternal anguish that mirrored their father's. He recounted their entire story. The old father, the beloved younger son who was the child of his old age, whose brother was dead, and he alone was left. He described the agony it would cause Jacob to lose this last son of Rachel, a sorrow that would surely bring his gray hairs down to Sheol in grief. He offered himself as a substitute, a slave in Benjamin's place. "For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? I fear to see the evil that would find my father." Joseph could no longer control himself. The dam of 22 years of silence, suffering, and suppressed emotion broke. "Make everyone go out from me," he commanded. So no one stayed with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. He wept aloud, and the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard it. And Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" But his brothers could not answer him, for they were dismayed at his presence. Terror, shame, and disbelief rendered them speechless. He beckoned them closer. "I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life." He spoke of the 5 years of famine still to come, of God's sovereign hand turning their evil intent into a means of salvation for many. "So it was not you who sent me here, but God. He has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house and ruler over all the land of Egypt." He urged them to hurry back to their father and bring him down to Egypt, to the land of Goshen, where they would be near him and provided for. He fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. And he kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. After that, his brothers talked with him. The news reached Pharaoh's palace, and it pleased Pharaoh and his servants. He commanded Joseph to send wagons from Egypt to bring his father and his households, promising them the best of the land of Egypt. Joseph gave them wagons and provisions for the journey, and to each he gave a change of clothes. But to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver, and 5 changes of clothes. To his father he sent 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain, bread, and provision for his father on the journey. As they departed, he called after them, "Do not quarrel on the way." They went up out of Egypt and came to the land of Canaan to their father Jacob. They told him, "Joseph is still alive, and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." But his heart became numb, for he did not believe them. When they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said to them, and when he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of their father Jacob revived. "It is enough," Israel said, his voice trembling with a resurrected hope. "Joseph, my son, is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." The family, the whole house of Jacob, 66 persons in all, not counting the wives of his sons, journeyed to Egypt. They came to the land of Goshen, and Joseph prepared his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father in Goshen. He presented himself to him, and fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. Israel said to Joseph, "Now let me die, since I have seen your face and know that you are still alive." Joseph settled his father and his brothers in the land of Goshen, the best of the land, as Pharaoh had commanded. He provided them with food according to the number of their dependents. The family was reunited, the fractured pieces of Jacob's life brought together in a foreign land, preserved from famine, and reconciled through a forgiveness that saw the hand of God in the deepest of betrayals. The brothers were forgiven, the father was comforted, and the dreamer, once cast into a pit, now ruled as a prince, the instrument of salvation for the very ones who had sought to destroy him. A living testament to the truth that what men intend for evil, God can weave into the fabric of a grand and merciful design.